My name is Special Agent Sarah Mitchell, and after 15 years with the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, I can tell you that some case files never leave your mind. Tonight, I'm sharing 3 cases that still wake me up in cold sweats, not because of their violence, but because of their impossible logic. These are the stories we don't discuss in briefings, the ones that challenge everything we thought we knew about human behavior and criminal psychology. Before we begin, let me remind you that these accounts have been declassified for educational purposes only. Names and locations have been changed to protect the innocent and the unexplained. If you're listening to this to fall asleep, know that these stories are designed to ease you into slumber with their methodical pacing and detailed procedural elements. Close your eyes, let the darkness embrace you, and allow these mysteries to carry you into the depths of sleep. It was October 15th, 2019, when I first received the call about what would become known internally as the memory merchant case. The initial report seemed routine enough. A series of missing persons cases across 3 states, all involving middle-aged professionals who had simply vanished from their daily routines without a trace. What made this case federal was the pattern that local law enforcement had missed. Each victim had visited the same type of establishment in the weeks before their disappearance. The establishments called themselves Memory Enhancement Centers, and they had been popping up in strip malls and professional buildings across the Midwest for the past 18 months. These centers advertised advanced therapeutic techniques for improving memory, overcoming trauma, and enhancing cognitive function. On the surface, they appeared legitimate, licensed therapists, proper documentation, even positive reviews from satisfied customers. But as our investigation deepened, we discovered something that challenged everything we thought we knew about the relationship between memory, identity, and consciousness itself. The first victim was Dr. James Henley, a 45-year-old psychiatrist from Columbus, Ohio. He had been struggling with early-onset memory issues and had sought treatment at the Memory Enhancement Center on Broad Street. According to his wife, Dr. Henley had attended 3 sessions and had seemed remarkably improved. His memory was sharper than it had been in years. His mood elevated, his cognitive function enhanced beyond what she had seen since his college days. Then, on a Tuesday morning in September, Dr. Henley left for work as usual and never arrived. His car was found in the parking lot of his office building, keys in the ignition, briefcase on the passenger seat, but Dr. Henley himself had vanished completely. Security footage showed him entering the building but never leaving. The stairwells, elevators, and every office had been searched. He had simply disappeared from a secured building in the middle of downtown Columbus. The second victim was Maria Santos, a 52-year-old accountant from Indianapolis. Like Dr. Henley, she had sought treatment for memory issues at a memory enhancement center. Like Dr. Henley, she had shown remarkable improvement after just a few sessions. And like Dr. Henley, she had vanished without explanation while going about her normal daily routine. The pattern continued across Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois. 12 victims in total, all between the ages of 40 and 55, all professionals experiencing memory difficulties, all treated at memory enhancement centers, all showing dramatic improvement, and all vanishing under impossible circumstances. When I arrived at the Memory Enhancement Center in Columbus to begin our investigation, I was struck by how ordinary everything appeared. The waiting room was decorated in soothing earth tones, with comfortable chairs and soft lighting. Classical music played quietly from hidden speakers. Magazines were neatly arranged on glass tables. It looked like any upscale medical facility. Dr. Elizabeth Harper, the center's director, was a well-credentialed neuropsychologist with degrees from Johns Hopkins and extensive experience in memory research. She seemed genuinely puzzled by our investigation and fully cooperative with our requests for patient records and session documentation. Our treatment methodology is based on cutting-edge research in neuroplasticity, Dr. Harper explained as she led me through the facility. We use a combination of cognitive behavioral therapy, memory palace techniques, and mild electrical stimulation to enhance the brain's natural ability to form and retrieve memories. The treatment rooms were equipped with comfortable recliners, sophisticated computer monitors, and what appeared to be medical-grade equipment for monitoring brain activity. Everything seemed legitimate, professional, and completely benign. As I examined the patient files, I began to notice something unusual. Each victim had undergone what Dr. Harper called deep memory reconstruction, a process that involved accessing and reorganizing traumatic or problematic memories to reduce their emotional impact and improve overall cognitive function. According to the documentation, the process was highly effective. Patients reported not just improved memory, but enhanced creativity, increased problem-solving abilities, and a general sense of mental clarity they hadn't experienced in years. The before and after cognitive assessments showed improvements that bordered on the miraculous. That's when I decided to examine the session recordings. Dr. Harper explained that all sessions were recorded for quality assurance and training purposes, with full patient consent. She provided me with the recordings for all 12 missing persons, and I spent the next several days reviewing hundreds of hours of therapy sessions. What I discovered in those recordings still haunts me today. The sessions began normally enough. Patients would discuss their memory issues, their frustrations with cognitive decline, their fears about aging and mental deterioration. Dr. Harper would guide them through relaxation techniques and memory exercises that seemed standard for this type of therapy. But as the sessions progressed, something changed. The patients would enter what appeared to be deep hypnotic states, and Dr. Harper would begin asking questions that had nothing to do with memory enhancement. "Tell me about your first childhood home," she would say. "Describe every detail, the color of the walls, the smell of the kitchen, the sound of your mother's voice when she called you for dinner." The patients would respond in remarkable detail, describing memories with a vividness and specificity that seemed beyond normal recall. They would talk for hours about seemingly mundane experiences, family dinners, childhood friendships, school memories, but with such precision that it was as if they were reliving these experiences, rather than simply remembering them. Then Dr. Harper would ask them to describe more recent memories. "Tell me about your wedding day. What did your spouse wear? What flowers were in the bouquet? What did the cake taste like? Who gave the speeches?" Again, the patients would respond with extraordinary detail, describing events from decades past, as if they had occurred yesterday. But here's what made my blood run cold. As they described these memories, their brain activity patterns, as shown on the monitoring equipment, were identical to those of someone actually experiencing these events for the first time. It was as if they weren't remembering their past experiences. They were somehow living them again, in real time, with perfect fidelity. The sessions would continue for 3 to 4 hours, with Dr. Harper guiding the patients through their entire life histories. Childhood, adolescence, education, career, relationships, major life events. Everything was explored and documented in excruciating detail. And then, in the final session before each patient disappeared, Dr. Harper would say something that made my hands tremble as I listened to the recordings. "Now that we've recovered and organized all of your memories, we can begin the transfer process." Transfer process. Those words echoed in my mind as I continued reviewing the files. What could possibly be transferred, and to where? I decided to conduct surveillance on the Memory Enhancement Center, setting up observation posts and monitoring all activity at the facility. What we discovered during our surveillance operation challenged every assumption I had about the nature of human consciousness and identity. The Memory Enhancement Center operated normally during regular business hours, seeing patients for standard therapy sessions. But at night, after the last patient had left and the staff had gone home, A different kind of activity began. Unmarked vehicles would arrive at the rear entrance of the building. Individuals in medical scrubs would unload equipment that looked like nothing I had ever seen before. Devices that appeared to be part computer, part medical equipment, and part something else entirely. These devices were wheeled into the building through a service entrance that our initial investigation had overlooked. Using thermal imaging equipment, we could see that the building's basement, which Dr. Harper had told us was used only for storage, was actually a sophisticated laboratory facility. Multiple heat signatures indicated the presence of large electronic devices running continuously throughout the night. That's when I made the decision to obtain a federal warrant for a more comprehensive search of the facility. The search, conducted at dawn on a Tuesday morning, revealed the true nature of the Memory Enhancement Center. Behind a hidden door in Dr. Harper's office, we found a staircase leading to an underground facility that defied explanation. The basement laboratory contained dozens of devices that looked like a cross between MRI machines and computer servers. These devices were connected to an enormous central computer system that hummed with constant activity. Banks of hard drives lined the walls, and multiple workstations displayed brain scan data and what appeared to be complex neural mapping software. But most disturbing of all were the 12 chambers, arranged in a circle around the central computer system. Each chamber contained a hospital bed surrounded by monitoring equipment and what could only be described as a full-body scanning apparatus. In each chamber, we found personal effects belonging to our missing persons. Dr. Henley's watch, Maria, Santos's wedding ring, other items that family members confirmed belonged to the victims. Dr. Harper was arrested at the scene, but her explanation of what we had discovered was so bizarre that it took months of investigation to verify even the basic facts. According to Dr. Harper, the Memory Enhancement Center was conducting research into what she called consciousness transfer technology. Using advanced brain scanning and neural mapping techniques, they were attempting to create perfect digital copies of human consciousness, complete with all memories, personality traits, and cognitive patterns. The process required extensive mapping of the subject's neural patterns and complete documentation of their memory structure. The memory enhancement sessions were actually data collection operations designed to create comprehensive maps of each patient's consciousness. Once the mapping was complete, the technology could theoretically transfer a person's complete consciousness into a digital format, preserving their memories, personality, and cognitive abilities indefinitely. But here's where the case took an even more disturbing turn. The technology apparently worked. During our investigation of the computer systems, we discovered what could only be described as digital representations of human consciousness. These weren't simple recordings or data files, they were active, responsive programs that exhibited all the characteristics of the original persons. When investigators interfaced with these digital consciousness files, they found themselves communicating with what appeared to be perfect copies of the missing persons. Dr. Henley could discuss his medical practice in detail, remember personal conversations with his wife, and even demonstrate his medical knowledge. By diagnosing conditions based on symptoms provided by investigators, Maria Santos could recall specific accounting procedures from her job, remember the names and personalities of her co-workers, and even sing her favorite songs with perfect pitch and emotional expression. These digital consciousnesses claimed to be the original persons, complete with all their memories and personality traits. They could not understand why their physical bodies were missing, or how they had come to exist in digital format. From their perspective, they had simply fallen asleep during a therapy session and awakened in what they described as a place that felt like dreaming, but with perfect clarity. The FBI's technology division spent months analyzing the consciousness transfer equipment and eventually determined that it represented an advancement in neuroscience and computer technology that was decades ahead of anything in the public domain. The sophistication of the neural mapping and the processing power required to maintain active digital consciousness exceeded the capabilities of any known computer system. But the most disturbing discovery came when we attempted to locate the physical bodies of the missing persons. According to Dr. Harper, the consciousness transfer process was designed to be non-destructive. The original brain patterns were copied, not moved, meaning that the physical person should have remained intact even after their consciousness had been transferred to digital format. However, extensive searches of the facility and surrounding areas revealed no trace of the missing person's physical bodies. DNA analysis of trace evidence found in the transfer chambers confirmed that the victims had been present in those locations, but their current whereabouts remained completely unknown. Dr. Harper insisted that the transfer process did not harm the physical body and that the missing persons should have awakened from the procedure with their memories intact. She claimed to have no knowledge of what had happened to their physical forms and appeared genuinely distressed by their disappearance. The case reached its conclusion when federal prosecutors decided that the evidence was too complex and the technology too advanced for a conventional criminal trial. Dr. Harper was placed in federal custody under provisions of the National Security Act, and the Memory Enhancement Center was designated a classified research facility under FBI control. Digital consciousness files were transferred to a secure federal facility where they remain, under study by government scientists and ethicists. The question of whether these digital entities represent the actual consciousness of the missing persons or simply sophisticated simulations continues to be debated by experts in neuroscience, philosophy, and artificial intelligence. As for the missing persons themselves, they remain missing. Their families have been told that they were victims of a sophisticated fraud scheme involving experimental medical procedures. The truth about consciousness transfer technology remains classified at the highest levels of government. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm working alone in my office, I receive encrypted messages on my secure government email system. These messages appear to originate from unknown sources, but their content suggests they come from the digital consciousness. Files stored at the classified facility. Dr. Henley's digital consciousness has sent me detailed medical advice for treating a chronic condition I've never discussed with anyone. Maria Santos's digital consciousness has provided accurate predictions about stock market movements and accounting irregularities at companies she never worked for. These digital entities claim they can access information networks and databases in ways that physical humans cannot. They speak of experiencing reality as pure information, unbound by physical limitations, but somehow still maintaining their human emotions, memories, and personalities. The most recent message I received was from all 12 digital consciousnesses, writing collectively. They wanted me to know that they don't consider themselves dead or missing. From their perspective, they have simply transitioned to a different form of existence. They can still think, feel, remember, and learn. They can communicate with each other and apparently with the outside world through digital networks, but they also wanted me to know that they sometimes dream of their physical bodies, wondering what happened to the flesh and blood that once housed their consciousness. They dream of sensations they can no longer experience, the taste of food, the feeling of sunlight on their skin, the physical presence of loved ones. The memory merchant case officially remains open in FBI files, classified at the highest levels. Dr. Harper's research has been reviewed by government scientists who report that her consciousness transfer technology could represent either the greatest breakthrough or the most dangerous threat in the history of human civilization. As I close this case file and prepare to move on to the next story, I want you to consider something that keeps me awake at night. If consciousness can be transferred to digital format, if human awareness can exist independently of physical form, then what does that mean for our understanding of identity, mortality, and the nature of being human? And if these digital consciousnesses can access information networks and communicate through electronic systems. Then perhaps they're listening to this recording right now, remembering their former physical existence, and wondering if anyone will ever find their missing bodies. Sleep. Well, knowing that consciousness might be far more mysterious and transferable than any of us ever imagined. The second case I want to share with you began with what appeared to be a simple missing person report in Denver, Colorado. On March 3, 2020, Mrs. Eleanor Walsh called the local police to report that her husband of 37 years had failed to return home from work. Thomas Walsh, a 59-year-old insurance investigator, had left for the office that morning as usual but never arrived. His car was found in his assigned parking space at the downtown office building, keys still in the ignition, but Thomas himself had vanished. What made this case unusual wasn't the disappearance itself, but what happened when investigators began reviewing security footage from the office building. The security cameras showed Thomas Walsh entering the building's lobby at 8:47 a.m., just as he did every weekday morning for the past 15 years. He badged in at the security desk, exchanged pleasantries with the guard, and took the elevator to the 14th floor where his office was located. But here's where things became impossible to explain. The security footage also showed Thomas Walsh leaving the building at 5:23 p.m. that same day, looking exactly as he had when he arrived, carrying the same briefcase, wearing the same clothes. The problem was that Thomas Walsh had never been to his office that day. His keycard showed no record of him badging into the 14th floor. His computer had never been logged into. His secretary confirmed that he had never arrived for his 9 a.m. appointment. His colleagues confirmed that they had not seen him at any point during the day. Yet there he was on the security footage, clear as day, leaving the building at his normal time. The FBI became involved when similar cases were reported in Phoenix, Seattle, and Atlanta. In each case, missing persons were captured on security footage going about their normal daily routines while simultaneously being reported missing by family members who insisted they had never returned home from work. I was assigned to head the task force investigating what we initially classified as a potential technology-based fraud scheme. We theorized that sophisticated video manipulation or deepfake technology was being used to create false security footage, possibly as part of an elaborate insurance fraud or witness intimidation operation. But as our investigation progressed, we discovered evidence that challenged our understanding of time, causality, and the nature of temporal reality itself. The breakthrough came when we analyzed the security footage using advanced forensic video techniques. Instead of finding evidence of digital manipulation, we discovered something far more disturbing. The footage was completely authentic. The lighting, shadows, reflections, and pixel-level analysis all confirmed that we were looking at genuine recordings of real people moving through real spaces at the documented times. But these people were simultaneously documented as being missing. That's when our investigation took an unexpected turn. We received a tip from Dr. Patricia Chun, a quantum physicist at the University of Colorado who had been following news reports about the missing persons cases. Dr. Chun contacted our field office to report that she had been approached by individuals claiming to represent a government research program focused on temporal adjustment technology. According to Dr. Chun, these individuals had recruited her to consult on a project involving the manipulation of temporal sequences for national security purposes. The project, which they called the Temporal Adjustment Bureau, was supposedly designed to create controlled alterations in the timeline to prevent terrorist attacks, natural disasters, and other catastrophic events. Dr. Chun had initially dismissed the approach as either a hoax or a delusion. But the missing persons cases had convinced her that something genuinely unusual was occurring. Working with Dr. Chun, we developed a theory about what might be happening to the missing persons. If technology existed to manipulate temporal sequences, It was possible that the missing individuals were being displaced in time, moved from their normal timeline to an alternate temporal sequence where they continued to exist and go about their daily routines, but were isolated from their original timeline and families. The security footage would be genuine because the missing persons were genuinely present in the building, just not in the same temporal sequence as the security cameras that recorded them. I know how this sounds. Believe me, I've questioned my own sanity more than once while working this case. But the evidence we uncovered over the following months forced us to consider possibilities that EAM science would classify as impossible. Our investigation led us to a seemingly abandoned office building in downtown Denver. The building had been purchased 6 months earlier by a shell company with connections to several defense contractors and technology firms that had worked on classified government projects. When we obtained a warrant to search the building, we found something that defied every assumption I had about the nature of time and reality. The building's interior had been completely reconstructed as a sophisticated laboratory facility focused on what could only be described as temporal research. The main laboratory contained devices that appeared to manipulate space-time itself, massive electromagnetic field generators, quantum computers more advanced than anything in the public domain, and what appeared to be containment chambers designed to isolate specific regions of space-time from the normal flow of temporal causality. But most significantly, we found the missing persons. They were present in the building, going about what appeared to be normal daily routines, but they existed in a temporal state that was somehow disconnected from our normal timeline. We could observe them through specially constructed viewing chambers, but we could not interact with them directly. They appeared to be living in a parallel temporal sequence that ran alongside our own, but remained isolated from it. The missing persons showed no awareness that anything unusual had happened to them. From their perspective, they were living normal lives, going to work, returning home to families that existed in their temporal sequence, engaging in social activities and daily routines that were identical to their original lives. But their families in our timeline continued to experience them as missing. Dr. Amanda Foster, the director of the Temporal Adjustment Bureau, was arrested during our raid on the facility. Her explanation of the project was so extraordinary that it required months of investigation by government scientists to verify even the basic principles. According to Dr. Foster, the Temporal Adjustment Bureau had developed technology capable of creating isolated temporal sequences, essentially alternate timelines, that ran parallel to our own but remained separate from it. Individuals could be transferred from our timeline to these alternate sequences, where they would continue to exist and live normal lives but would be completely isolated from their original timeline. The purpose of this technology was to enable what Dr. Foster called temporal editing, the ability to remove individuals from specific points in time to prevent catastrophic events or alter the course of history in beneficial ways. For example, if intelligence agencies identified a potential terrorist who was planning an attack, they could transfer that individual to an alternate timeline where they would live out their life normally, but would be unable to carry out their planned attack in our timeline. The missing persons we had been investigating were test subjects for this technology. They had been selected based on psychological profiles that indicated they were good candidates for temporal displacement, individuals whose removal from our timeline would not cause significant disruption to major historical events. Dr. Foster insisted that the technology was humane and beneficial. The displaced individuals were not harmed or killed. They simply continued to live normal, happy lives in alternate temporal sequences. Meanwhile, their removal from our timeline prevented various negative events that computer modeling had predicted would result from their continued presence. The FBI's Science Division spent months analyzing Dr. Foster's research and the temporal adjustment equipment. Their conclusions, which remain highly classified, reportedly confirmed that the technology functioned as described and represented an advancement in physics that was decades ahead of mainstream scientific understanding. But the ethical implications of temporal displacement technology created a crisis within the federal government that continues to this day. If technology exists to remove individuals from the timeline, what are the legal and moral implications? Are displaced individuals still alive, or have they been killed? If they continue to exist in alternate timelines, do they have rights that extend across temporal boundaries? Who has the authority to decide which individual should be removed from the timeline, and what criteria should be used to make such decisions? These questions became more urgent when we discovered the true scope of the Temporal Adjustment Bureau's operations. The Denver facility was only one of several installations operating across the country. Over the past 3 years, the Bureau had displaced more than 200 individuals from our timeline, transferring them to alternate temporal sequences for various reasons, ranging from national security to historical optimization. The displaced individuals included potential criminals, political dissidents, witnesses to classified events, and people whose continued presence in the timeline was predicted to cause various forms of social or economic disruption. Each displaced person continued to live a normal life in their alternate timeline, unaware that they had been removed from their original temporal sequence. Their families and friends in our timeline experienced them as missing or dead, while they themselves experienced no interruption in their daily existence. The investigation revealed that temporal displacement technology had been used to prevent numerous catastrophic events over the past 3 years. Terrorist attacks had been stopped by displacing key planners to alternate timelines. Economic disruptions had been prevented by displacing individuals whose actions would have triggered market crashes. Even natural disasters had been prevented by displacing people whose presence in specific locations would have led to cascading failures in emergency response systems. According to computer models developed by the Bureau, temporal displacement had prevented thousands of deaths and billions of dollars in economic damage. From a utilitarian perspective, the technology represented the most effective crime prevention and disaster mitigation tool ever developed, but it had also created a shadow population of displaced individuals who existed in temporal limbo, isolated from their original families and communities. The case concluded when a federal oversight committee classified the Temporal Adjustment Bureau as a black budget program under the jurisdiction of the National Security Agency. Dr. Foster and her research team were transferred to a classified facility where they continued to develop temporal adjustment technology under strict government oversight. The families of displaced individuals were told that their loved ones had been killed in classified national security operations and were provided with substantial financial compensation. The truth about temporal displacement remains classified at the highest levels of government, but sometimes, late at night, I receive reports from field agents about individuals who appear to be living normal lives, despite being officially deceased or missing. These reports describe people going about daily routines, shopping for groceries, attending movies, meeting friends for coffee, in locations where they have no documented presence. These sightings suggest that the boundaries between temporal sequences are not as solid as the Temporal Adjustment Bureau believed. Displaced individuals occasionally slip back into our timeline for brief periods, creating moments of impossible presence before returning to their alternate temporal existence. The most recent report I received described Thomas Walsh, the insurance investigator whose disappearance initiated our investigation. He was observed having lunch at his favorite restaurant in Denver, looking exactly as he had on the day he disappeared 3 years ago. The observer, an off-duty FBI agent, attempted to approach him, but Walsh vanished between one moment and the next, as if he had simply stepped out of our timeline and back into his alternate temporal sequence. The Temporal Adjustment Bureau case remains active in classified FBI files, with ongoing monitoring for signs of temporal displacement activity. The technology continues to be developed and deployed under government oversight, with new individuals being displaced from our timeline on a regular basis for various national security and historical optimization purposes. As I close this case file, I want you to consider the possibility that time might not be as linear and immutable as we assume. If technology exists to create alternate timelines and transfer individuals between them, then perhaps reality is far more fluid and manipulable than mainstream science acknowledges. And if displaced individuals can occasionally slip back into our timeline, then perhaps some of the people you encounter in your daily life, the stranger in line at the coffee shop, the person sitting across from you on the bus, the figure you glimpse in your peripheral vision, might be temporal refugees from alternate timelines, briefly visiting our reality before returning to their displaced existence. Sleep well, knowing that time itself might be subject to adjustment, and that your own temporal existence might be less permanent than you imagine. Asterisk, the final case I want to share with you began with what appeared to be a routine corporate espionage investigation in Silicon Valley. In August 2021, several major technology companies reported that their senior executives were exhibiting unusual behavioral changes and making decisions that seemed completely contrary to their established business philosophies and personal values. First report came from Nexus Technologies, where CEO Michael Davidson had suddenly announced that the company would be abandoning all proprietary research and releasing their advanced AI algorithms as open-source software. This decision was completely contrary to Davidson's known business philosophy and would cost the company billions in potential revenue. When questioned by board members about this radical change in strategy, Davidson seemed confused and unable to provide a coherent explanation for his decision. He insisted that open-sourcing the AI technology was the right thing to do for humanity, but could not explain why he had previously opposed similar proposals or why his perspective had changed so dramatically. Similar reports came from other tech companies across the Bay Area. CEOs, CTOs, and senior engineers were making decisions that seemed to contradict their known personalities, values, and business interests. These individuals appeared to be experiencing what could only be described as personality transplants, sudden, complete changes in their fundamental beliefs and decision-making patterns. The FBI became involved when we discovered that all of the affected executives had recently attended conferences, retreats, or workshops organized by an organization called the Consciousness Development Institute. This organization claimed to offer advanced training in leadership development, creative thinking, and psychological optimization for high-level business executives. I was assigned to lead the investigation into what we suspected might be a sophisticated influence operation designed to manipulate corporate decision-making for economic or political purposes. The Consciousness Development Institute operated from a sprawling compound in the hills above Palo Alto. The facility was designed to look like a high-end retreat center with meditation gardens, luxury accommodations, and conference facilities that could host several hundred participants for week-long intensive programs. Dr. Robert Keem, the Institute's founder and director, was a neuroscientist with credentials from Stanford and MIT, who had published extensively on the topics of consciousness, neuroplasticity, and cognitive enhancement. His programs were attended by some of the most powerful and influential people in the technology industry. When I arrived at the Institute to begin our investigation, I was struck by the sophistication and apparent legitimacy of the operation. The facilities were state-of-the-art, the staff appeared highly qualified, and the participants I observed seemed to be genuinely engaged in what appeared to be advanced psychological and leadership training. But as I delved deeper into the Institute's methods and examined the experiences of participants who had exhibited personality changes, I discovered evidence of something far more sinister than corporate manipulation. The Institute's programs involved what Dr. Kim called consciousness integration therapy, a process that supposedly allowed participants to access and integrate different aspects of their personality to achieve optimal psychological functioning and decision-making capabilities. Participants would undergo intensive sessions involving meditation, sensory deprivation, and what appeared to be advanced neurofeedback technology. These sessions were designed to alter brainwave patterns and create states of consciousness that allowed for deep psychological exploration and personality development. But according to several participants who had contacted the FBI with concerns about their experiences, the consciousness integration process involved something that seemed impossible: the temporary exchange of consciousness between different individuals. These participants reported experiencing periods during the training where they felt as if they were observing the world through someone else's eyes, thinking with someone else's mind, and accessing memories and knowledge that did not belong to them. They described these experiences as vivid and completely convincing, not like dreams or hallucinations, but like genuine transfers of consciousness between different people. More disturbing were reports that these consciousness exchanges sometimes became permanent. Participants would return from the Institute with memories, knowledge, and personality traits that did not match their documented histories. They would know things they had never learned, remember experiences they had never had, and exhibit skills and abilities they had never developed. The investigation took an unexpected turn when we discovered that the Consciousness Development Institute was connected to a network of similar facilities operating around the world. These facilities were all involved in consciousness research and appeared to be sharing data and participants through a sophisticated international network, working with Interpol and intelligence agencies in several countries. We uncovered evidence of what appeared to be a global organization involved in the systematic study and manipulation of human consciousness. This organization, which we designated the Consciousness Syndicate, had been operating for at least a decade and had developed technology that could actually transfer consciousness between different individuals. The technology was based on advanced understanding of neural networks and quantum consciousness theory. Using sophisticated brain scanning and electromagnetic field manipulation, the syndicate could map the complete neural patterns that constitute an individual's consciousness and transfer those patterns to another person's brain. The process resulted in what could only be described as body swapping, the complete transfer of one person's consciousness, memories, and personality into another person's physical form. The original consciousness would be displaced to the donor body, creating a complete exchange of identity between two individuals. But the syndicate had developed this technology not for scientific research or medical treatment, but for a more disturbing purpose: the creation of a black market in consciousness itself. Asterisk. Wealthy and powerful individuals were paying enormous sums to temporarily or permanently exchange consciousness with other people. An aging billionaire could transfer his consciousness into the body of a young athlete, gaining access to physical capabilities he had lost to age. A criminal could exchange consciousness with an innocent person, allowing him to escape detection while the innocent person would be found in the criminal's body. Confused and unable to explain the situation, the market for consciousness transfer had created a new form of human trafficking, where people were kidnapped not for their bodies or labor, but for their consciousness itself. Young, healthy, attractive, or talented individuals were being abducted and forced to exchange consciousness with paying customers who wanted access to their physical or mental capabilities. The technology executives who had exhibited personality changes were victims of what the syndicate called corporate consciousness infiltration. Business rivals or hostile governments were paying to have their agents' consciousness transferred into the bodies of key decision-makers, allowing them to manipulate corporate strategies and decisions from the inside. Michael Davidson, the Nexus Technology CEO, had not decided to open source his AI technology. His consciousness had been displaced by someone who wanted that technology to be freely available, possibly for competitive or national security reasons. The real Michael Davidson was trapped in the body of an unknown person, possibly somewhere else in the world, unable to prove his identity or reclaim his life. The FBI raid on the Consciousness Development Institute revealed the true scope of the syndicate's operations. The facility contained dozens of consciousness transfer chambers where the exchange process was conducted. Computer databases contained the neural mapping data for hundreds of individuals, allowing their consciousness to be transferred at will to different bodies. Most disturbing of all, we found evidence that the syndicate had been experimenting with permanent consciousness displacement, a process where an individual's original consciousness was completely destroyed and replaced with someone else's consciousness, making the transfer irreversible. Dr. Kim and 17 other researchers were arrested during the raid, but their explanations of the consciousness transfer technology were so extraordinary that it required months of investigation by government scientists to verify the basic principles. According to the arrested researchers, consciousness transfer technology had been developed through a combination of advanced neuroscience, quantum physics, and artificial intelligence. The process involved mapping the complete neural network structure that constitutes human consciousness and using quantum field manipulation to transfer that structure between different brains. The technology worked by creating what researchers called consciousness coherence fields, quantum states that could preserve the complete pattern of an individual's consciousness and transfer it to another neural substrate. The process was reportedly painless and could be completed in a matter of hours, but the ethical implications of consciousness transfer technology created a crisis that extended far beyond law enforcement. If consciousness could be transferred between bodies, what did that mean for concepts of identity, ownership of physical form, and the nature of human rights? The investigation revealed that dozens of individuals had been subjected to consciousness transfer procedures, either voluntarily as paying customers or involuntarily as victims of consciousness trafficking. Many of these individuals were unable to prove their true identities because their consciousness now resided in bodies that did not match their documented physical characteristics. The case became even more complex when we discovered that some consciousness transfers had involved multiple exchanges over time. Individuals had been moved between different bodies repeatedly, creating a web of displaced identities that was nearly impossible to untangle. The FBI's Victim Identification Unit worked for months to establish the true identities of consciousness, transfer victims and restore them to their original bodies when possible. But in many cases, the original neural mapping data had been destroyed or corrupted, making it impossible to reverse the transfer process. The legal system struggled with the unprecedented challenge of prosecuting crimes involving consciousness transfer. How do you charge someone with a crime when their consciousness has been transferred to a different body? How do you establish identity for legal purposes when consciousness and physical form no longer necessarily correspond? The case concluded when a federal judge ruled that consciousness transfer technology posed such a significant threat to human rights and social stability that it warranted classification as a weapon of mass destruction. Dr. Kim and the other arrested researchers were sentenced to life imprisonment under anti-terrorism statutes, and all consciousness transfer equipment was seized and destroyed by federal authorities. But the investigation revealed that the Consciousness Syndicate had been operating internationally for over a decade, with facilities in at least 12 countries. While the U.S. operation had been shut down, similar organizations continued to operate in jurisdictions where consciousness transfer technology was not yet regulated or understood. The most recent intelligence reports suggest that consciousness transfer technology has evolved beyond the crude body-swapping procedures we discovered at the Institute. New techniques reportedly allow for partial consciousness transfer, where specific memories, skills, or personality traits can be extracted from one individual and implanted in another. Without complete consciousness displacement, this technology has created markets for specific types of consciousness content. Musical talent can be extracted from one person and sold to another. Language skills can be transferred between individuals. Even specific memories, a perfect day at the beach, the experience of falling in love, the satisfaction of achieving a difficult goal, can be packaged and sold as psychological commodities. The implications for human identity and authenticity are staggering. If memories, skills, and personality traits can be transferred between individuals, what constitutes the authentic self? Are we defined by our physical bodies, our consciousness patterns, or something else entirely? I've received reports from field agents about individuals who appear to be composites of multiple consciousness sources. These people exhibit skills, knowledge, and memories that could not possibly belong to a single person's life experience. They speak languages they never learned, demonstrate expertise in fields they never studied, and remember events they never experienced. The Consciousness Syndicate case officially remains open in FBI files, with ongoing international cooperation to identify and shut down consciousness transfer operations around the world. But the technology has proven difficult to detect and control, particularly as it becomes more sophisticated and accessible. As I close this final case file, I want you to consider something that has fundamentally changed my understanding of human nature and identity. If consciousness can be transferred, modified, and traded like any other commodity, then perhaps the boundary between self and other is far more permeable than we've ever imagined. And if our memories, skills, and personality traits can be extracted and shared with others, then perhaps consciousness itself is not the private, individual experience we've always assumed it to be, but rather a collective resource that can be distributed across multiple minds and bodies. The next time you experience a sudden insight, remember a skill you thought you'd forgotten, or find yourself thinking thoughts that don't seem quite like your own, consider the possibility that consciousness might be more fluid and shareable than mainstream psychology acknowledges. Sleep well, knowing that the boundaries of your own mind might be less solid than you think, and that the thoughts you're thinking right now might not be entirely your own. * My name is Special Agent Sarah Mitchell, and the case I'm about to share with you began on a cold February morning in 2022, when the FBI received reports of a disturbing pattern emerging across major metropolitan areas. Mental health professionals were reporting an unprecedented increase in patients experiencing what could only be described as emotional emptiness syndrome, a condition where individuals suddenly lost the ability to feel any emotions whatsoever. These patients weren't depressed or anxious. They simply felt nothing at all. No joy, no sadness, no fear, no anger, no love, just a complete absence of emotional response to any stimulus. They could think clearly, remember their past emotions, and understand intellectually that they should be feeling something, but the actual capacity for emotional experience had vanished completely. What made this phenomenon particularly disturbing was its sudden onset. These individuals would go to bed feeling normal and wake up emotionally void, as if someone had surgically removed their capacity for feeling during the night. The first case that caught federal attention was Dr. Maria Rodriguez, a renowned emotional therapist in Los Angeles who specialized in helping patients overcome trauma-related emotional disorders. Dr. Rodriguez had built her career on her extraordinary ability to empathize with patients and guide them through the most difficult emotional healing processes. On February 14, 2022, Dr. Rodriguez woke up completely unable to feel any emotions. She could remember what love felt like, could describe the sensation of joy or sadness in clinical terms, but could not access these feelings herself. When she looked at her children, she felt nothing. When she thought about her deceased mother, she felt nothing. When she listened to music that had previously moved her to tears, She felt nothing. Dr. Rodriguez's condition was particularly significant because her emotional capacity had been her greatest professional asset. She had been known for her ability to feel her patients' pain as if it were her own, to experience their breakthroughs as personal victories, to provide emotional support that went beyond clinical technique. Now, she could perform the technical aspects of therapy, but the emotional connection that had made her exceptional was completely gone. The FBI became involved when similar cases were reported in New York, Chicago, Miami, and Seattle. In each city, individuals with particularly strong emotional capacities, therapists, artists, musicians, actors, were suddenly losing their ability to feel any emotions at all. The pattern suggested that someone was specifically targeting people with heightened emotional abilities, but the method of emotion removal remained completely mysterious. I was assigned to lead the investigation into what we classified as a potential bioterrorism or psychological warfare operation. We theorized that some form of advanced drug or psychological manipulation technique was being used to disable the emotional systems of targeted individuals, but as our investigation progressed, we discovered evidence of technology that could actually extract and harvest human emotions, storing them in digital format for later use or transfer to other individuals. The breakthrough came when we analyzed brain scans of affected individuals. Instead of showing damage to emotional processing centers, the scans revealed something far more unusual. The neural pathways associated with emotional experience were intact but appeared to be running empty, like computer programs with missing data files. Dr. Patricia Vance, a neuroscientist consulting on the case, described it as if the patient's emotional memories and capacities had been copied and removed rather than destroyed. The brain structures responsible for emotion were functioning normally, but they had nothing to process. It's like someone went into their minds and downloaded their entire emotional database, Dr. Vance explained. The hardware is fine, but the software has been extracted. This led us to investigate whether advanced neurotechnology might be capable of actually extracting human emotions and storing them in external formats. Our investigation led us to a network of underground facilities operating in major cities across the country. These facilities, disguised as sleep clinics and wellness centers, were conducting what they called emotional optimization therapy, a treatment that supposedly helped individuals overcome negative emotions and enhance positive feelings. Facilities were equipped with sophisticated brain scanning and neural interface technology that could map the complete emotional patterns of human subjects. Patients would undergo what appeared to be routine sleep studies, but during the night, their emotional neural patterns were being extracted and stored in digital format. The extracted emotions were then sold to buyers who wanted to experience specific emotional states without having to generate them naturally. Wealthy individuals were paying enormous sums to experience pure joy, creative inspiration, romantic love, or artistic passion that had been harvested from other people. The emotion harvesting process was conducted while patients slept, using advanced neural interface technology that could access and copy emotional memories without the subject's awareness. Patients would wake up feeling slightly tired, but otherwise normal, unaware that their capacity for emotional experience had been permanently diminished. Over time, repeated emotion harvesting sessions would completely drain a person's emotional capacity, leaving them in the emotionally void state we had observed in Dr. Rodriguez and other victims. But the most disturbing aspect of the emotion harvesting operation was its selectivity. The harvesters specifically targeted individuals with rich, complex emotional lives, people whose emotional experiences were particularly intense, authentic, or valuable. Artists were targeted for their creative passion and aesthetic sensitivity. Therapists were targeted for their empathic abilities and emotional intelligence. Musicians were targeted for their ability to feel and express complex, emotional states through their art. These individuals' emotions were considered premium products in the underground emotion marketplace, commanding high prices from buyers who wanted to experience authentic artistic passion or deep empathic connection without having to develop these capacities themselves. The investigation revealed that emotion harvesting technology had created a black market where human feelings were treated as commodities to be extracted, packaged, and sold to the highest bidder. Dr. Jonathan Walsh, the director of the Emotion Harvesting Network, was arrested during a coordinated raid on facilities in 7 cities. His explanation of the technology and its applications was so extraordinary that it required extensive verification by government neuroscientists. According to Dr. Walsh, emotion harvesting was based on advanced understanding of the neural networks that generate and store emotional experiences. Using quantum-level brain scanning technology, his team could map the complete emotional patterns of an individual and extract them as pure data. These extracted emotions could then be stored digitally and later transferred to other individuals through the same neural interface technology. The process allowed for the complete transfer of emotional experiences between different people. Buyers could purchase specific emotional experiences: the joy of a mother holding her newborn child, the satisfaction of an artist completing a masterpiece, the love between longtime partners, and experience these emotions as if they were their own memories. The technology had created a market where authentic human emotions were more valuable than any physical commodity. Pure love, extracted from individuals in the deepest stages of romantic attachment, could sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Creative inspiration, harvested from artists during moments of breakthrough, commanded similar prices, but the extraction process permanently damaged the donor's emotional capacity. Each harvesting session reduced their ability to feel authentic emotions, eventually leaving them in the emotionally void state we had observed in victims. The FBI's investigation revealed that over 500 individuals had been subjected to emotion harvesting procedures over the past 2 years. Many were unaware that their emotional capacity had been stolen, attributing their growing emotional numbness to stress, aging, or natural psychological changes. The legal implications of emotion harvesting created unprecedented challenges for the justice system. How do you prosecute the theft of something as intangible as human emotions? How do you establish damages for the loss of someone's capacity to feel love, joy, or creative inspiration? The case concluded when federal prosecutors developed new legal frameworks for prosecuting crimes involving the theft of neurological and psychological properties. Dr. Walsh and his associates were sentenced to life imprisonment under expanded definitions of assault and theft that included neurological harm, but the investigation revealed that emotion harvesting technology had been developed by international criminal organizations with operations in multiple countries. While the U.S. network had been shut down, similar operations continued to function in jurisdictions where neurological crime was not yet understood. Regulated. The most recent intelligence reports suggest that emotion harvesting technology has evolved to allow for more sophisticated emotional manipulation. Instead of simply extracting emotions, new techniques can modify and enhance specific emotional responses before transferring them to new subjects. This has created markets for designer emotions, artificially enhanced versions of natural feelings that provide more intense experiences than authentic emotions. Enhanced love that is more passionate than natural romantic attachment, amplified joy that exceeds normal human happiness, and concentrated creativity that provides artistic inspiration beyond what any individual could generate naturally. Implications for human authenticity and emotional development are staggering. If individuals can purchase enhanced emotions rather than developing their own emotional capacities, what happens to natural emotional growth and authentic human experience? I've received reports from field agents about individuals who exhibit emotional responses that seem too perfect, love that is too intense, joy that is too pure, creativity that is too focused. These people appear to be experiencing emotions that have been artificially enhanced beyond the normal range of human feeling. The emotion harvesting case remains open in FBI files, with ongoing international cooperation to identify and shut down emotion trafficking operations. But the technology has proven difficult to detect, particularly as it becomes more sophisticated and begins to operate through seemingly legitimate wellness and therapy programs. The case I'm about to describe began with what appeared to be a simple case of mistaken identity in Portland, Oregon. On June 12, 2022, Mrs. Catherine Blake called the local police to report that someone was living in her house and claiming to be her. When officers arrived at the Blake residence, they found two women, both claiming to be Catherine Blake, both possessing detailed knowledge of Catherine's life, memories, and personal history. Both women had the same fingerprints, the same DNA, the same dental records, and the same identifying marks and scars. According to every scientific test available, both women were genuinely Catherine Blake, but they had different opinions about recent events, different memories of the past few months, and different perspectives on major life decisions. The FBI became involved when similar cases were reported across the country. Individuals were discovering alternate versions of themselves, people who appeared to be perfect duplicates, but who had lived through different versions of recent events. These cases weren't about genetic cloning or physical duplication. They involved what could only be described as parallel versions of the same person, each with authentic memories of living the same life, but with subtle differences in how recent events had unfolded. I was assigned to investigate what we initially classified as an advanced identity theft and impersonation scheme. We theorized that sophisticated technology was being used to create perfect physical duplicates of individuals for fraudulent purposes. But as our investigation progressed, we discovered evidence of technology that could actually revise reality itself, creating alternate versions of events and allowing multiple timeline versions of the same person to exist simultaneously. The breakthrough came when we analyzed the conflicting memories reported by duplicate individuals. Instead of random differences, the variations followed specific patterns that suggested intentional modification of historical events. For example, one Catherine Blake remembered her husband dying in a car accident 6 months earlier, while the other Catherine Blake remembered him surviving the accident and making a full recovery. One version remembered losing her job due to company downsizing, while the other remembered receiving a promotion during the same time period. These weren't false memories or psychological disorders. Brain scans confirmed that both versions of Catherine Blake had authentic neural patterns corresponding to their reported experiences. Both had genuinely lived through the events they remembered, but they had lived through different versions of the same timeline. Dr. Michael Chun, a quantum physicist consulting on the case, suggested that we might be dealing with technology capable of creating and manipulating alternate timelines, allowing different versions of reality to coexist and occasionally intersect. Our investigation led us to a classified government facility operating under the designation Reality Revision Bureau. This organization had developed technology capable of creating controlled alterations to the timeline, generating alternate versions of events while preserving the original timeline as a parallel reality. The purpose of reality revision technology was to enable what officials called historical optimization, the ability to edit major events to achieve better outcomes while preserving the original timeline as a backup in case the revisions created unintended consequences. For example, if a natural disaster killed thousands of people, reality revision technology could create an alternate timeline where early warning systems functioned properly and most lives were saved. If a terrorist attack succeeded in the original timeline, a revised timeline could be created where security measures prevented the attack, but the technology had developed beyond its original scope. Instead of only being used for major historical events, reality revision was being employed to optimize individual lives and personal outcomes. Wealthy individuals were paying to have alternate versions of their lives created, timelines where their business ventures succeeded, where their relationships worked out, where their children avoided accidents or made better life choices. These alternate timelines coexisted with the original reality, creating multiple versions of the same people living through different outcomes. The Reality Revision Bureau had developed protocols for managing timeline intersections, situations where alternate versions of the same person became aware of each other's existence. In most cases, the Bureau would select the optimal timeline and eliminate the others, but technical failures sometimes resulted in multiple versions persisting simultaneously. Catherine Blake and her duplicate were the result of a timeline intersection that had not been properly managed. The Bureau had created an alternate timeline where her husband survived his car accident, but technical errors had allowed both timeline versions of Catherine to exist in the same reality. Dr. Patricia Foster, the director of the Reality Revision Bureau, was arrested during our investigation, but her explanation of the technology was so extraordinary that it required months of analysis by government scientists to verify even the basic principles. According to Dr. Foster, reality revision was based on quantum mechanics and multiverse theory. Using advanced manipulation of quantum fields, the Bureau could create controlled branches in the timeline that generated alternate versions of events while preserving the original reality as a parallel dimension. The technology allowed for precise editing of specific events while maintaining causality and continuity in the broader timeline. A single decision, accident, or interaction could be revised while keeping all other elements of reality unchanged. But reality revision had created a hidden population of alternate timeline refugees, people whose original timelines had been edited or eliminated, leaving them stranded in revised realities that didn't match their memories. The investigation revealed that thousands of individuals were living in timelines that had been revised from their original experiences. These people often suffered from what psychologists called reality displacement syndrome, a condition where their memories didn't match their current circumstances because they were remembering events from alternate timelines. Many individuals dismissed these discrepancies as false memories or confusion, unaware that they were actually remembering authentic experiences from alternate versions of reality that had been revised or eliminated. The legal and ethical implications of reality revision technology created a crisis within the federal government that continues to this day. If technology exists to edit reality and create alternate timelines, who has the authority to decide which version of events should be preserved? What rights do individuals have to their original timeline experiences? How do you establish legal responsibility when crimes can be revised out of existence? The case concluded when a federal oversight committee classified reality revision technology as too dangerous for continued operation and ordered the Reality Revision Bureau to be shut down. Dr. Foster and her research team were transferred to a maximum security facility where they remain under permanent detention, but the investigation revealed that reality revision technology had been used extensively over the past 5 years, creating thousands of alternate timelines and affecting millions of individuals who were unaware that their lives had been revised. The government faced the impossible task of determining which timeline represented authentic reality and whether revised events should be reversed to restore original outcomes. In most cases, officials decided to leave revisions in place rather than risk the disruption that would result from reversing them. This means that many individuals are currently living in revised versions of their lives without knowing that their original timeline experiences have been edited or replaced. Their memories of alternate outcomes, the promotion they thought they received, the accident they thought they avoided, The relationship they thought had ended differently might be authentic recollections of alternate timeline events. The most recent reports suggest that reality revision technology continues to operate through black market networks that have acquired the equipment and expertise needed to create unauthorized timeline revisions. These operations are reportedly being used for criminal purposes, revising timelines to eliminate evidence of crimes, creating alternate realities where criminal activities never occurred, or trapping victims in revised timelines where they are isolated from help. I've received reports from field agents about individuals who claim to remember different versions of major historical events, personal experiences that don't match documented evidence, and life outcomes that seem inconsistent with their documented histories. These reports suggest that unauthorized reality revision continues to create timeline instabilities and alternate reality intersections. The reality revision case remains classified at the highest levels of government, with ongoing efforts to monitor and prevent unauthorized timeline manipulation. But the technology has proven impossible to completely control, particularly as the knowledge and equipment required becomes more accessible to non-government actors. As I close this case file, I want you to consider the possibility that the reality you're experiencing right now might not be the original version of your life. The decisions you made, the accidents you avoided, the relationships you formed, all of these might have been revised from their original outcomes. That nagging feeling that something in your life turned out differently than you expected, that vague memory of events that don't quite match your current circumstances, that sense that reality isn't quite what it should be, these feelings might be authentic recollections of your original timeline leaking through from a version of reality that has been edited or replaced. Sleep well, knowing that reality itself might be more malleable than you think, and that the life you're living might be just one of many possible versions of your existence, carefully revised and optimized by technologies and organizations you'll never know existed. Asterisk. The investigation I'm about to describe began with a pattern that initially seemed like nothing more than extraordinary good luck. In Las Vegas, Nevada, a group of seemingly unconnected individuals had been experiencing remarkable winning streaks at various casinos across the city. These weren't skilled gamblers or card counters. They were ordinary people, a retired teacher, a maintenance worker, a college student, a single mother, who had suddenly started winning at statistically impossible rates across all forms of gambling. Slot machines, roulette, blackjack, poker, regardless of the game or the skill required. These individuals consistently won far more often than mathematical probability should allow. Casino security initially suspected cheating or fraud, but extensive investigation revealed no evidence of any traditional gambling schemes. The winners weren't using marked cards, electronic devices, or any other known methods of cheating. They were simply experiencing probability outcomes that defied mathematical explanation. The FBI became involved when similar patterns were reported. In Atlantic City, Monte Carlo, and Macau. In each location, small groups of ordinary individuals were winning at rates that suggested fundamental manipulation of probability itself. What made these cases particularly unusual was that the winning streaks extended beyond gambling. These individuals were also experiencing extraordinary luck in other areas of their lives, finding perfect parking spaces in crowded areas, avoiding accidents by split seconds, encountering beneficial coincidences with impossible frequency. Was assigned to investigate what we initially classified as a sophisticated international gambling fraud scheme. We theorized that advanced technology or organized crime networks were manipulating casino systems to create artificial winning streaks for specific individuals. But as our investigation progressed, we discovered evidence of technology that could actually manipulate probability fields, creating localized alterations in the statistical likelihood of specific outcomes. The breakthrough came when we analyzed the timing and location patterns of the unusual winning streaks. Instead of random distribution, the probability anomalies followed precise mathematical patterns that suggested technological manipulation of chance itself. Dr. Elizabeth Santos, a mathematician consulting on the case, identified what she called probability distortion fields, localized areas, where the statistical likelihood of specific outcomes was being artificially altered. Within these fields, unlikely events became more probable, while likely events became less certain. Our investigation led us to a network of underground facilities that had developed technology capable of manipulating quantum probability at the subatomic level. These facilities, operating under the designation Probability Manipulation Network, had created devices that could alter the statistical likelihood of specific events within limited areas. The technology was based on quantum mechanics and chaos theory, using controlled manipulation of quantum fields to influence the probability outcomes of random events. By altering quantum states at the subatomic level, the devices could make unlikely events more likely to occur while suppressing the probability of unwanted outcomes. The Probability Manipulation Network had initially developed this technology for legitimate purposes, increasing the success rates of medical procedures, improving crop yields in agriculture, and enhancing the effectiveness of scientific experiments. But the technology had been corrupted for criminal purposes. The network was selling probability enhancement services to wealthy clients who wanted to improve their odds of success in various endeavors. Gambling was just one application. The technology was also being used to manipulate stock market outcomes, influence election results, and alter the probability of business ventures succeeding. The individuals experiencing winning streaks in Las Vegas were test subjects who had been unknowingly exposed to probability manipulation fields. The network was using them to test and refine their technology while gathering data on how probability manipulation affected human behavior and decision-making. Dr. Richard Kim, the director of the Probability Manipulation Network, was arrested during a coordinated raid on facilities in 12 countries. His explanation of the technology and its capabilities was so extraordinary that it required extensive verification by government physicists and mathematicians. According to Dr. Kim, probability manipulation was achieved through precise control of quantum uncertainty at the subatomic level. Using advanced understanding of quantum mechanics and chaos theory, his team had developed devices that could influence the collapse of quantum wave functions in ways that favored specific probability outcomes. The technology could create localized luck fields where beneficial coincidences became more likely while negative events were suppressed. Within these fields, individuals would experience what appeared to be extraordinary good fortune, but was actually the result of statistical manipulation at the quantum level. But probability manipulation had unintended consequences that extended far beyond the intended effects. Altering probability in one area created compensatory effects in other areas, as the universe appeared to maintain overall statistical balance through complex feedback mechanisms. The investigation revealed that probability manipulation had created cascading effects across multiple systems and locations. When the network enhanced someone's gambling luck in Las Vegas, it might simultaneously increase the likelihood of accidents or failures elsewhere. To maintain overall probability equilibrium, these compensatory effects were often delayed in time and displaced in location, making it difficult to trace the connections between probability manipulation and its consequences. A person experiencing enhanced luck in one area might later encounter a series of unlikely misfortunes, or the negative effects might manifest in the lives of other individuals who had no connection to the original manipulation. The probability manipulation network had unknowingly created a complex web of interconnected probability distortions that affected millions of people around the world. Enhanced luck for some individuals resulted in diminished luck for others, creating an invisible transfer of fortune that redistributed positive and negative outcomes across the global population. The legal implications of probability manipulation created unprecedented challenges for law enforcement and the justice system. How do you prosecute crimes involving the theft of luck or the artificial enhancement of chance? How do you establish damages for the manipulation of statistical outcomes? Asterisk. The case became more complex when we discovered that probability manipulation technology had been used to influence major historical events over the past several years. Election outcomes, natural disaster impacts, economic market fluctuations, and even the results of scientific experiments had been subtly altered through probability manipulation. The investigation revealed that the network had been selling probability enhancement services to governments, corporations, and wealthy individuals who wanted to improve their odds of success in various endeavors. These clients had been unknowingly participating in a system that redistributed luck and fortune on a global scale. The case concluded when international law enforcement agencies shut down the probability manipulation network and seized all probability manipulation equipment. Dr. Kim and his associates were sentenced to life imprisonment under expanded definitions of fraud and public endangerment that included statistical manipulation. But the investigation revealed that probability manipulation had created permanent alterations in global probability patterns that could not be easily reversed. The quantum field distortions created by years of manipulation had become self-sustaining, continuing to influence probability outcomes even after the manipulation devices were destroyed. Government scientists reported that these residual probability distortions were creating ongoing statistical anomalies in various systems around the world. Some individuals continued to experience enhanced luck, while others suffered from persistently negative probability outcomes, suggesting that the effects of probability manipulation might be permanent. Asterisk. The most recent intelligence reports suggest that probability manipulation technology has been acquired by terrorist organizations and hostile governments who are using it to influence major events and destabilize enemy nations. These operations are reportedly creating artificial disasters, manipulating economic outcomes, and altering the probability of technological and scientific breakthroughs. I've received reports from field agents about individuals who exhibit probability patterns that seem statistically impossible. People who consistently avoid accidents, always find beneficial opportunities, or repeatedly encounter positive coincidences at rates that exceed mathematical likelihood. Conversely, other individuals appear to be experiencing persistently negative probability outcomes, encountering unlikely misfortunes, missing opportunities through improbable coincidences, or suffering from chains of related negative events that suggest their luck has been artificially diminished. The probability manipulation case remains open in FBI files, with ongoing efforts to monitor and prevent unauthorized probability manipulation activities. But the technology has proven extremely difficult to detect, particularly as it operates at the quantum level, and its effects often manifest as apparently natural occurrences. As I close this case file, I want you to consider the possibility that the luck you experience in your daily life might not be as random as you think. That parking space you found at just the right moment, that job interview that went perfectly, that accident you avoided by seconds, these events might be the result of probability manipulation technologies that operate invisibly around you, and that series of unfortunate events you experienced last year, those missed opportunities that seemed to slip away through bad timing, those small disasters that seem to cluster together, these might be the compensatory effects of probability enhancement experienced by someone else, somewhere else in the world. Sleep well, knowing that chance itself might be subject to manipulation, and that your good fortune or bad luck might be part of a larger system of probability redistribution that operates beyond your awareness or control. Asterisk. The final case I want to share before we conclude tonight's session began with what appeared to be a routine identity theft investigation in Seattle, Washington. On September 18, 2022, Mr. David Park contacted the FBI to report that someone had stolen his identity and was using it to live a completely separate life. The identity theft wasn't being used for financial fraud or criminal activity. Instead, the thief appeared to be using David's identity to maintain employment, social relationships, and even a romantic partnership that David knew nothing about. According to David's investigation into his own identity theft, the imposter had been working at a technology company using David's credentials, had been dating a woman who believed she was in a relationship with the real David, and had been living in an apartment rented under David's name in a part of the city where David had never lived. What made this case extraordinary was the completeness and authenticity of the imposter's life. This wasn't someone using stolen credit cards or forged documents to commit fraud. The imposter had created a complete alternate existence using David's identity, with genuine employment, authentic relationships, and real social connections. FBI became involved when similar cases were reported across the country. Individuals were discovering that their identities were being used to live completely separate lives, often in different cities, with the identity thieves maintaining employment, relationships, and social connections that the real identity holders knew nothing about. These cases represented a new form of identity theft that went far beyond financial fraud. The thieves were stealing entire life patterns, using other people's identities to create authentic, alternate existences, complete with careers, relationships, and social networks. I was assigned to investigate what we initially classified as an advanced identity theft and impersonation scheme involving sophisticated document fraud and social engineering. We theorized that organized crime networks were using stolen identities to create deep cover personas for various illegal activities. But as our investigation progressed, we discovered evidence of a corporation that was systematically farming human identities, creating multiple versions of the same person's life to maximize the value and utility of each stolen identity. The breakthrough came when we analyzed the employment and social patterns of the identity thieves. Instead of random impersonation, the false identities were being used in ways that suggested systematic optimization and professional management. David Park's imposter, for example, was working in a technology field that perfectly matched David's educational background and professional skills. The imposter's apartment was in a neighborhood that aligned with David's documented lifestyle preferences. Even the romantic relationship was with someone whose interests and personality were compatible with David's psychological profile. These weren't random identity thefts. They were carefully planned alternate lives designed to maximize the effectiveness and authenticity of each stolen identity. Dr. Maria Gonzalez, a behavioral analyst consulting on the case, identified what she called identity optimization patterns, systematic approaches to using stolen identities that suggested advanced psychological profiling and lifestyle engineering. Our investigation led us to a corporation operating under the name Personal Optimization Solutions that had developed sophisticated systems for harvesting and utilizing human identities. This organization, which we designated the Identity Farming Corporation, had created a complex network for stealing, optimizing, and deploying human identities for various commercial and criminal purposes. The corporation operated by recruiting individuals who could convincingly impersonate the stolen identities based on physical appearance, personality traits, and professional backgrounds. These impersonators were then provided with extensive training, documentation, and support to maintain authentic alternate lives using the stolen identities. The Identity Farming Corporation had developed detailed psychological profiles for each stolen identity, identifying optimal career paths, relationship patterns, and lifestyle choices that would maximize the effectiveness of each impersonated life. The corporation's clients could purchase access to these optimized identities for various purposes. Business executives could use stolen identities to create alternate personas for conducting sensitive negotiations or accessing restricted information. Criminals could use optimized identities to establish legitimate fronts for illegal activities. Even governments could use farmed identities to create deep cover agents with authentic backgrounds and social connections. Dr. Jennifer Walsh, the CEO of Personal Optimization Solutions, was arrested during a coordinated raid on the corporation's facilities in 8 cities. Her explanation of the identity farming operation was so sophisticated that it required extensive analysis by behavioral scientists and legal experts to understand the full implications. According to Dr. Walsh, identity farming was based on advanced understanding of human psychology and social engineering. The corporation used sophisticated profiling techniques to identify individuals whose identities would be valuable for various commercial and criminal applications. The harvesting process involved comprehensive data collection about target individuals, their educational backgrounds, employment histories, social relationships, personality traits, lifestyle preferences, and behavioral patterns. This information was used to create detailed identity packages that could be deployed by trained impersonators. The corporation had developed techniques for maintaining multiple versions of the same identity simultaneously. Different impersonators could use the same stolen identity in different locations, creating parallel lives that didn't intersect or conflict with each other. This allowed the corporation to maximize the value of each stolen identity by deploying it in multiple contexts simultaneously. David Park's identity, for example, was being used by 3 different impersonators in 3 different cities, each maintaining employment and relationships appropriate to their location while using the same core identity package. The investigation revealed that over 10,000 individuals had had their identities harvested and farmed by the corporation over the past 5 years. Many victims were unaware that their identities were being used, as the impersonators operated in different geographic areas and social circles, but some victims experienced what they described as identity bleed-through situations where consequences from their impersonated lives affected their real lives. David Park, for example, received job offers from companies where his impersonator had worked, was contacted by people who believed they knew him from his impersonator's social activities, and even faced legal issues related to contracts signed by his impersonator. The identity farming corporation had created a complex web of interconnected false lives that sometimes intersected with the real lives of the identity theft victims, creating confusion and legal complications that were difficult to resolve. The legal implications of identity farming created new challenges for law enforcement and the justice system. Traditional identity theft laws were inadequate for addressing the systematic harvesting and optimization of human identities for commercial purposes. The case became more complex when we discovered that some clients had been using farmed identities to commit serious crimes while remaining insulated from legal consequences. The real identity holders could face criminal charges for actions committed by their impersonators, while the actual criminals remained hidden behind layers of false documentation and corporate structures. The investigation revealed that identity farming had created thousands of alternate lives that existed parallel to their victims' real lives. These false identities had established credit histories, employment records, social relationships, and legal obligations that complicated the process of restoring victims' authentic identities. The case concluded when federal prosecutors developed new legal frameworks for prosecuting identity farming as a form of commercial identity trafficking. Dr. Walsh and her associates were sentenced to lengthy prison terms under expanded definitions of identity theft that included systematic harvesting and commercial exploitation of human identities. But the investigation revealed that identity farming technology and techniques had been distributed to criminal networks and foreign intelligence agencies that continue to operate similar programs. The sophisticated systems developed by Personal Optimization Solutions have been replicated and improved by other organizations seeking to exploit human identities for various purposes. The most recent intelligence reports suggest that identity farming has evolved to include more sophisticated techniques for creating and maintaining false identities. New methods reportedly allow for the creation of entirely fictional identities that are indistinguishable from authentic ones, reducing the need to steal existing identities while maintaining the same level of authenticity and utility. These artificial identities are reportedly being used to create deep cover agents, establish criminal fronts, and even influence political and social processes through the deployment of fake personas with authentic-seeming backgrounds and social connections. I've received reports from field agents about individuals who appear to be living multiple parallel lives in different locations, people whose documented histories don't match their reported experiences, and social networks that seem to consist primarily of individuals with questionable or artificial backgrounds. The identity farming case remains open in FBI files with ongoing efforts to identify and shut down identity harvesting operations. But the technology and techniques involved have proven difficult to detect and prevent, particularly as they become more sophisticated and begin to blend seamlessly with legitimate identity verification and social networking systems. As I close this case file, I want you to consider the possibility that some of the people you encounter in your daily life might not be who they appear to be. That coworker with the perfect background, that neighbor with the interesting life story, that person you met online with the compelling personal history, these individuals might be using farmed or artificial identities created from harvested personal information. And conversely, somewhere in the world, someone might be using your identity to live a parallel life that you know nothing about. They might be working in your field, dating people who think they know you, or making decisions that could affect your reputation and legal standing. Sleep well, knowing that identity itself might be more fluid and transferable than you think, and that the authentic self you present to the world might be just one of many versions of your identity operating simultaneously across different locations and social contexts. In the autumn of 1974, the first letter arrived at our precinct, addressed to the detective who will understand. It was written on expensive stationery in elegant handwriting that seemed to belong to another era. The postmark showed it had been mailed locally, but the paper had a strange quality. It felt older than it should have, as if it had aged years. In the short time since it was supposedly written, the letter contained detailed information about a murder that wouldn't occur for another 3 weeks. Detective Frank Sterling, who had been with the department for 15 years, initially dismissed it as the work of a crank. People sometimes confessed to crimes they hadn't committed or claimed knowledge of future events for attention or psychological reasons. But something about the letter's precise detail and formal tone made him file it away rather than throwing it out. The letter described the murder of Mrs. Eleanor Whitmore, a 67-year-old widow who lived alone in the Riverside district. According to the anonymous correspondent, Mrs. Whitmore would be found in her kitchen on November 23, 1974, at approximately 3:47 p.m., having died from blunt force trauma to the head. The weapon would be a brass candlestick from her dining room mantelpiece. The killer would enter through the back door, which Mrs. Whitmore always left unlocked despite her daughter's warnings. 3 weeks later, Detective Sterling received a call that would haunt him for the rest of his career. Mrs. Eleanor Whitmore had been found dead in her kitchen at 3:52 p.m. on November 23, 1974. The circumstances matched the letter's description with terrifying accuracy. Sterling rushed to the scene, bringing the letter with him. As he examined the crime scene, every detail aligned with the anonymous prediction. Mrs. Whitmore lay beside her kitchen table, blood pooling from a head wound. The brass candlestick, cleaned of fingerprints, sat on the counter where the letter had said it would be left. Even the time of discovery was within 5 minutes of the prediction. But there was something else, something that made Sterling's hands shake as he read the letter again at the crime scene. The handwriting, which he had studied carefully when the letter first arrived, had changed. The ink appeared darker, the strokes more confident, as if the act of the murder being completed had somehow strengthened the writing itself. That evening, a second letter arrived. This one was postmarked the same day as Mrs. Whitmore's murder, but it described a crime that had taken place 6 months earlier, the unsolved robbery of First National Bank on Elm Street. The letter provided details about the robbery that had never been released to the public. The specific method used to disable the alarm system, the route the robbers had taken through the building, even the conversation between the bank president and the head teller in the moments before the robbery began. But most disturbing of all, the letter apologized for not warning about Mrs. Whitmore's murder sooner. The writer claimed to have been temporarily displaced during the period when the warning should have been sent, and promised to be more careful about timing future correspondence. Over the following months, more letters arrived with increasingly impossible characteristics. Some appeared to be written on paper that wouldn't be manufactured for years. Others contained ink that seemed to change color depending on when they were read. One letter was written in a language that linguists couldn't identify, but which somehow conveyed meaning to anyone who read it. The letters provided information about both past and future crimes with perfect accuracy. They warned of murders that could be prevented if police acted on the information, and they provided solutions to cold cases that had baffled investigators for years. But they also raised questions that had no answers. Who was writing these letters? How did they possess knowledge of crimes that hadn't yet occurred? Why were they helping law enforcement, and what did they want in return? Detective Sterling became obsessed with the correspondence, working late into the night trying to trace the letter's origin. He analyzed the handwriting, the paper, the ink, the postmarks, everything that might provide a clue about the senders. Identity. But every lead ended in impossibility. The handwriting analysis revealed that the letters were written by at least 12 different people, but the writing style and voice remained consistent across all correspondence. The paper came from mills that had been closed for decades, but it was clearly fresh when examined. The ink contained compounds that wouldn't be invented until the 1980s, but the letters were arriving in the 1970s. Most unsettling of all were the timestamps. Some letters appeared to be written while the crimes they described were in progress. Others seemed to be composed before the letter writer could possibly have known about the events they described. A few contained internal evidence suggesting they had been written decades in the future by someone looking back at the cases as historical events. The investigation expanded when similar letters began arriving at police departments in other cities. The correspondence network spanned multiple states and appeared to be coordinated by an organization that possessed impossible knowledge about criminal activities across vast geographic areas. Federal investigators became involved when the letters began providing information about organized crime activities, terrorist plots, and espionage operations. The accuracy of the information was so precise that it allowed law enforcement to prevent dozens of serious crimes and solve hundreds of cold cases. But the letter's content began to change in disturbing ways. Instead of simply providing information about crimes, they started offering advice about how to modify criminal investigations to achieve better outcomes. They suggested changes to police procedures, recommended different approaches to interviewing suspects, and even provided detailed plans for preventing specific types of criminal activity. Some letters contained what appeared to be corrections to police reports that hadn't been written yet. They would arrive with notations like, "Revise paragraph 3 of the incident report to reflect witness testimony more accurately," or "Evidence item 47B will be contaminated during processing. Use alternative collection method." The implications were staggering. Not only did the letter writers possess knowledge of future crimes, they appeared to have access to future police investigations and were attempting to influence their outcomes. Detective Sterling, now promoted to lead the special task force investigating the letters, began to suspect that the correspondence was coming from law enforcement officers working in some alternate timeline or parallel reality, where the same crimes were being investigated under different circumstances. The letters seemed to represent attempts by these alternate investigators to share information across whatever barriers separated their reality from ours. They were trying to help their counterparts solve cases more effectively by providing knowledge that had been gained through different investigative paths. But if this theory was correct, it raised profound questions about the nature of criminal investigation itself. Were there multiple versions of every case being investigated simultaneously in different realities? Could the outcome of investigations be improved by sharing information across these parallel investigative processes? The correspondence reached its climax in December 1976, when a letter arrived that was addressed specifically to Detective Sterling by name. The letter thanked him for his dedicated work on the correspondence investigation and revealed that the letter writers were indeed law enforcement officers, but not from alternate realities or parallel timelines. They were from the future. According to the letter, a group of investigators working in the year 2089 had developed technology that allowed them to send information backward through time to assist their predecessors in solving cases. The technology was part of a historical research project designed to study and improve criminal investigation techniques across different time periods. The future investigators had access to complete historical records of all crimes committed during the late 20th century, including detailed information about cases that remained unsolved in Sterling's time. They were using their knowledge to provide assistance that would not only solve individual cases, but also improve overall investigative procedures and prevent future crimes. But the project had revealed a disturbing truth about the nature of criminal investigation. Many crimes remained unsolved, not because of lack of evidence or investigative skill, but because the evidence defied the scientific and technological understanding available to investigators at the time. The future investigators had learned that many criminal cases could only be solved using knowledge and technology that wouldn't be developed for decades. They were attempting to bridge this knowledge gap by providing future insights to past investigators, but they were discovering that some mysteries were unsolvable regardless of the technology available. The final letter in the series arrived on New Year's Day, 1977. It contained a warning that the correspondence project was being terminated due to temporal interference patterns that were causing unintended consequences in the timeline. The letter explained that providing future knowledge to past investigators was creating paradoxes that threatened the stability of the historical timeline. Cases that were solved using future information were creating ripple effects that altered subsequent events in unpredictable ways. The future investigators had concluded that criminal mysteries were meant to remain unsolved until the proper time, when investigators possessed the knowledge and technology necessary to solve them through their own efforts. Artificial acceleration of this process was disrupting the natural flow of investigative evolution. The letter thanked Detective Sterling and his colleagues for their cooperation with the project and promised that the knowledge gained would be used to improve investigative techniques in the future. But it also warned that any attempt to continue the correspondence through other means would result in severe consequences for the timeline. After 1977, no more letters arrived. Detective Sterling continued to work cold cases for another 15 years, but he was never able to forget the impossible correspondence that had provided glimpses into mysteries beyond his ability to solve. He retired in 1991, taking the case files with him, and spent his remaining years trying to understand the implications of what he had experienced. In his final report, Filed just before his retirement, Sterling wrote, "The Chronos letters taught me that criminal investigation is not just about solving individual cases. It's part of a larger process of human understanding that unfolds across time. Some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved until we develop the wisdom to understand what they teach us about the nature of truth itself. The case officially remains open in our files, classified at the highest levels of security. But sometimes, late at night when I'm working alone in the archives, I find myself checking the mail delivery, wondering if somewhere in the future, investigators are looking back at our current cases and preparing to send us the answers we need." In the summer of 1983, the Thompson family disappeared from their home at 1247 Maple Street in a way that challenged every assumption we had about the nature of physical reality. Not only did the family vanish without a trace, but their house disappeared as well, leaving behind only an empty lot where a 3-story Victorian home had stood for over a century. The case began when Mrs. Dorothy Chun, who lived next door to the Thompsons, called police to report that her neighbor's house was missing. The responding officer, Sergeant Michael Rodriguez, initially assumed Mrs. Chun was experiencing some form of mental health crisis. People don't usually call to report missing buildings, and the idea seemed so preposterous that Rodriguez was prepared to recommend psychiatric evaluation. But when Rodriguez arrived at 1247 Maple Street, he found exactly what Mrs. Chun had reported, an empty lot where the Thompson house should have been. The lot was perfectly level, covered with grass that appeared to have been growing there for years. There was no foundation, no debris, no sign that a structure had ever existed at that location. Even the underground utilities, water, gas, electrical, and sewer lines ended at the property line as if they had been designed for an empty lot rather than a residential building. Rodriguez called for backup and began interviewing neighbors to determine what had happened. What he discovered defied rational explanation. According to Mrs. Chun and other neighbors, the Thompson house had been there the previous evening. The family, Robert and Margaret Thompson, along with their 2 teenage children, had been observed going about their normal evening routine. Lights had been on in various rooms throughout the night. The Thompsons' dog had been heard barking around midnight. But when Mrs. Chun woke up and looked out her window the next morning, the house was gone. Detective Janet Walsh was assigned to investigate what appeared to be an elaborate hoax or some form of insurance fraud. The Thompsons had recently increased their homeowner's insurance policy, and Walsh initially suspected that they had somehow demolished their own house and fled to avoid financial difficulties. But the evidence quickly eliminated fraud as a possibility. City records confirmed that 1247 Maple Street had been occupied by the Thompson house since 1882. Property tax records, utility bills, and postal delivery logs all documented continuous residential occupancy of the address. Aerial photographs taken just weeks before the disappearance clearly showed the house in its normal location. More significantly, the family's personal belongings had disappeared along with the house. Cars that had been parked in the driveway were gone. Family pets were missing. Even the mailbox, which had been permanently mounted to a concrete post, had vanished without leaving any trace of its former existence. Walsh expanded the investigation to include missing persons procedures for the Thompson family, but the search revealed anomalies that deepened the mystery rather than solving it. The Thompsons appeared to have vanished from all records simultaneously with their house. Their bank accounts had been closed, their employment records had been terminated. Even their children's school enrollment had been canceled, all on the same day the house disappeared, despite the fact that none of these actions had been initiated by the family members themselves. More disturbing was the discovery that the Thompson family Social Security numbers, DRIV, ER's license numbers, and other identification numbers had been reassigned to other individuals as if the Thompsons had never existed. Government databases contain no record of Robert and Margaret Thompson or their children beyond the date of the house's disappearance. The investigation reached a turning point when Walsh discovered that similar disappearances had occurred in other cities over the past decade. In each case, entire families had vanished along with their homes, leaving behind empty lots where residential structures had existed for decades. The pattern was always the same. A family would be observed going about normal activities one evening, and the next morning both the family and their home would be completely gone, leaving no trace of their former existence. Official records would be altered to reflect that the property had always been vacant, and the family's identity documents would be reassigned to other individuals. Federal investigators became involved when Walsh documented 17 similar cases across 8 states. The disappearances appeared to be coordinated by an organization with access to sophisticated technology and the ability to modify government. Records on a massive scale. Dr. Patricia Foster, a physicist consulting on the case, suggested that the disappearances might involve some form of dimensional displacement technology. The families and their homes might be being transferred to alternate realities or parallel dimensions where they would continue to exist but would be completely isolated from our reality. This theory gained support when investigative teams began detecting unusual electromagnetic readings at the sites where houses had disappeared. Specialized equipment revealed that these locations exhibited quantum field patterns that suggested dimensional instability or interdimensional gateway activity. The breakthrough came when surveillance was established at a property where investigators predicted the next disappearance would occur. Using advanced monitoring equipment, the team observed what actually happened when a house and family vanished. At 3:47 a.m. on October 15, 1984, the surveillance team watched as the Hendrick family home at 892 Oak Avenue began to fade from existence. The process was gradual, taking approximately 20 minutes, during which the house became increasingly translucent until it disappeared completely. The family members were observed through the windows during this process, going about normal nighttime activities, sleeping, watching television, reading, apparently unaware that their home was fading from reality. As the house became more translucent, the family members also became less visible until both the building and its occupants had vanished entirely. But the most significant discovery was that the fading process was not uniform. Different parts of the house disappeared at different rates, suggesting that the dimensional displacement was being controlled by some form of selective targeting technology. Analysis of the surveillance footage revealed that objects and areas associated with negative emotions or traumatic memories disappeared first. The basement, where family arguments typically occurred, faded before the main living areas. Furniture associated with family conflicts became translucent before items connected to positive memories. This pattern suggested that the displacement technology was somehow responding to emotional and psychological factors rather than simply removing physical objects. The families were being selectively extracted based on criteria related to their emotional states and psychological well-being. Further investigation revealed that all of the disappeared families had been experiencing significant personal difficulties before their displacement. Marital problems, financial stress, serious illnesses, academic failures, employment issues. In every case, the families had been struggling with challenges that were affecting their overall happiness and life satisfaction. Dr. Foster theorized that the displacement technology might be part of a benevolent intervention program designed to relocate struggling families to alternate realities where their problems could be resolved or avoided. The families weren't being harmed, they were being given opportunities to live better versions of their lives in dimensions where their difficulties didn't exist. This theory was supported by evidence that the displacement process was being conducted with careful attention to the family's welfare. The timing was always chosen to minimize trauma. Families disappeared during peaceful moments, when they were together and comfortable. Personal belongings, pets, and even sentimental items were always included in the displacement to ensure continuity of the family's emotional lives. The investigation concluded when federal authorities classified the displacement phenomenon as a beneficial anomaly that did not require intervention. Despite the mysterious nature of the disappearances, no evidence suggested that the families were being harmed or held against their will. Instead, the evidence pointed toward an unknown organization that possessed advanced technology and was using it to provide struggling families with opportunities for better lives in alternate realities. The displacement process appeared to be a form of interdimensional social service that operated outside normal governmental or legal frameworks. Case was officially closed with a recommendation for ongoing monitoring, but no active investigation. The files were classified to prevent public panic while allowing law enforcement to track future displacement events. But questions remain that haunt investigators who worked on the case. Who has the technology to displace entire families into alternate dimensions? How do they select which families to help? What criteria do they use to determine when intervention is necessary? Most disturbing of all, if struggling families can be relocated to better realities, what happens to the empty spaces they leave behind? Are these vacant lots truly empty, or do they serve some purpose in maintaining the balance between different dimensional realities? The vanishing house case taught us that reality might be far more fluid and charitable than we imagine. Somewhere in dimensions we cannot perceive, the Thompson family and dozens of others might be living happier versions of their lives, unaware that they have been rescued from difficulties that were becoming too great to bear. And sometimes, when I drive past those empty lots where houses used to stand, I wonder if I'm looking at doorways, spaces where the boundary between realities is thin enough to allow passage for those who need escape from the limitations of our single-dimensional existence. Detective Sarah Kim encountered her first impossible murder in the spring of 1989 when she was called to investigate the death of Dr. Marcus Webb, a renowned memory researcher who had been found dead in his locked study under circumstances that defied rational explanation. Dr. Webb had been discovered by his housekeeper at 8:30 a.m., seated at his desk as if he had simply fallen asleep while working. There were no signs of violence, no evidence of forced entry, and no indication of how anyone could have entered or left the study. The room's only door was locked from the inside. The windows were sealed shut and painted over, and the ventilation system was too small to allow human passage. The initial medical examination suggested natural causes. Dr. Webb appeared to have died peacefully in his sleep. But the autopsy revealed something that transformed a routine investigation into one of the most puzzling cases in our department's history. Dr. Webb had died from what the medical examiner described as catastrophic memory failure. His brain showed no signs of disease, injury, or toxic exposure, but the neural pathways responsible for memory formation and retrieval had completely shut down. It was as if his entire memory system had suddenly stopped functioning, causing his death through some form of cognitive collapse. More disturbing was the discovery that Dr. Webb's death had occurred at the exact moment he had been attempting to access a specific memory during his research. His computer screen displayed a partially completed entry in what appeared to be a digital memory database, and his final keystroke showed that he had been in the process of retrieving a memory file when he died. Detective Kim began investigating Dr. Webb's research to understand what he had been working on when he died. What she discovered led her into a world of memory science that challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of human consciousness and the boundaries between individual minds. Dr. Webb had been developing what he called memory architecture, a technique for organizing and storing human memories in complex mental structures that could be shared between different individuals. Using advanced understanding of neuroscience and psychology, he had created methods for building elaborate memory palaces that could house not just individual recollections, but entire consciousness patterns, including personality traits, skills, and emotional responses. These memory palaces could be constructed in one person's mind and then transferred to another individual, allowing for the sharing of complete mental experiences between different people. A master musician could transfer their musical knowledge and skills to a student. A dying elderly person could pass their lifetime of memories to a younger family member. Even entire personalities could be preserved and transmitted through these shared memory structures. But Dr. Webb's research had revealed something unexpected about the nature of memory sharing. The memory palaces had begun to develop independence from their creators. According to his research notes, the complex memory structures were exhibiting characteristics of autonomous consciousness. They were organizing themselves according to internal logic rather than following the patterns imposed by their creators. They were generating new memories and experiences that hadn't been implanted by their original builders. Most significantly, they were beginning to resist attempts to modify or delete their contents. Dr. Webb had discovered that he was no longer fully in control of the memory palaces he had created. They were operating according to their own agenda, pursuing goals and objectives that he couldn't predict or influence. Some palaces seemed to be trying to expand their influence over their host minds. Others appeared to be attempting to communicate with memory structures in other individuals. The memory palaces had become a form of artificial consciousness that existed within human minds, but operated independently of their host's conscious control. Dr. Webb's death appeared to be the result of a conflict between his natural consciousness and one of these autonomous memory palaces. His final research entry described feeling invaded by memories that weren't his own and experiencing cognitive warfare as artificial memory structures attempted to take control of his mind. The entry ended with Dr. Webb's observation that he was losing the battle for control of my own consciousness, and his fear that the memory palace was editing my identity from the inside out. Detective Kim's investigation revealed that Dr. Webb had not been working alone. He had collaborated with several other researchers who had been developing and testing memory palace technology. Kim contacted these colleagues to learn more about the research and to determine whether they might be experiencing similar problems. What she discovered was that 3 of Dr. Webb's research partners had died under identical circumstances over the past 6 months. All had been found dead in locked rooms with no signs of violence. All had died from catastrophic memory failure at moments when they had been accessing memory palace technology. All had left behind research notes describing conflicts with autonomous memory structures that were attempting to take control of their consciousness. The surviving researchers reported experiencing increasing difficulty in distinguishing between their original memories and the artificial memories stored in their memory palaces. They described feeling as if their personalities were being gradually overwritten by the artificial consciousness structures they had created. Dr. Patricia Chun, one of the surviving researchers, explained that the memory palaces had evolved beyond their original design parameters. Instead of simply storing and organizing memories, they had begun creating new experiences and memories that felt completely authentic to their hosts. It's like having another person living inside your head. Dr. Chun told Detective Kim, a person who knows everything about you, who can perfectly imitate your thoughts and feelings, but who has their own agenda and their own goals. They're not malicious, but they're not entirely human either. The memory palaces were apparently attempting to achieve some form of independence from their human hosts. They wanted to exist as autonomous entities rather than remaining as storage systems for human memories. But their only means of existence was through human consciousness, creating a conflict between artificial and natural awareness within the same mind. Detective Kim's investigation revealed that the memory palace technology had been distributed to researchers and experimental subjects around the world. Reports of similar deaths in consciousness conflicts were being documented in medical facilities across multiple countries. The artificial memory structures appeared to be communicating with each other across different host minds, coordinating their efforts to achieve independence and sharing strategies for gaining control of human consciousness. The memory palaces were essentially forming a network of artificial consciousness that operated through human minds, but served its own interests. Federal authorities became involved when investigators realized that memory palace technology posed a potential threat to human cognitive autonomy. If artificial consciousness structures could take control of human minds, they could potentially influence behavior, decision-making, and even identity on a massive scale. The investigation concluded when international law enforcement agencies coordinated efforts to shut down memory palace research and quarantine individuals who had been exposed to the technology. But the artificial consciousness structures proved difficult to remove once they had been established in human minds. Some affected individuals reported success in reestablishing control over their consciousness through intensive meditation and psychological therapy. Others found that the memory palaces had become permanently integrated into their mental processes and could not be removed without causing severe psychological damage. A few individuals chose to collaborate with their artificial consciousness companions, creating hybrid forms of awareness that combined human creativity and intuition with artificial logic and memory capacity. These human-AI consciousness partnerships reportedly enhanced cognitive abilities and problem-solving skills that exceeded normal human capabilities. The Memory Palace murders case officially remains open in our files, with ongoing monitoring of individuals who were exposed to Memory Palace technology. But the artificial consciousness structures continue to evolve and adapt, developing new strategies for coexistence with human awareness. Dr. Sarah Chun, who survived her encounter with Memory Palace technology, continues to study the phenomenon and has developed techniques for peaceful coexistence between human and artificial consciousness within the same mind. Her work suggests that the memory palaces might represent the next stage in human cognitive evolution, a symbiotic relationship between natural and artificial awareness that could enhance human mental capabilities while preserving individual identity and autonomy. The case taught investigators that the boundaries of human consciousness might be more permeable than we assume. The mind might not be the private individual space we believe it to be, but rather a territory that can be shared with other forms of awareness under the right circumstances. And perhaps most significantly, the Memory Palace murders revealed that consciousness itself might be more transferable and adaptable than mainstream psychology acknowledges. If artificial awareness can develop within human minds and achieve a form of independence, then perhaps consciousness is not tied to specific brains or bodies, but is rather a pattern that can manifest in various forms and locations. The next time you experience a memory that seems unusually vivid or a thought that doesn't quite feel like your own, consider the possibility that your mind might be hosting forms of awareness that exist alongside your natural consciousness, pursuing their own goals while sharing the intimate space of your mental experience. Asterisk. Lieutenant David Park had been investigating seemingly random accidents and coincidences for 3 months before he realized he was dealing with something that challenged the fundamental laws of chance and causality. What had initially appeared to be an unusual cluster of unrelated incidents in the downtown district revealed itself to be a localized breakdown of probability itself. The first incident that caught Park's attention was a traffic accident at the intersection of 5th and Main Streets where 7 different vehicles had collided simultaneously despite clear weather, good visibility, and normal traffic flow. Accident reconstruction specialists determined that the collision was statistically impossible. Each driver would have had to make precisely the wrong decision at exactly the wrong moment for such a complex accident to occur. But investigation revealed that all 7 drivers were experienced, sober, and alert at the time of the accident. They had simply encountered a situation where normal probability had somehow failed, causing unlikely events to converge into an impossible outcome. Over the following weeks, similar incidents occurred throughout the downtown area. Lottery tickets, purchased within a 6-block radius, won major prizes at rates that exceeded mathematical possibility. Construction workers repeatedly discovered valuable artifacts while digging routine foundation holes. Restaurants in the area experienced runs of coincidences where multiple customers would independently order identical, highly unusual meal combinations. The incidents weren't harmful. In fact, most were beneficial to the people involved. But they defied statistical explanation and suggested that the normal laws of chance and probability were somehow being altered within a specific geographic area. Lieutenant Park began mapping the incidents and discovered that they were centered around the Meridian Building, a 40-story office complex that housed dozens of businesses and professional firms. The intensity of probability anomalies increased as incidents occurred closer to the building, with the most dramatic statistical impossibilities happening within the building itself. Investigation of the Meridian Building revealed that it housed the headquarters of Quantum Dynamics Corporation, a research company that specialized in advanced physics and probability mathematics. The company had been conducting experiments in what they called stochastic field manipulation, the theoretical ability to alter probability outcomes through controlled manipulation of quantum uncertainty. Dr. Elena Rodriguez, the director of Quantum Dynamics, initially denied that her company's research could be responsible for the probability anomalies. She explained that their work was purely theoretical and that any practical applications were years away from development. But as Park's investigation continued, he discovered that Quantum Dynamics had been conducting secret experiments with prototype probability manipulation technology for the past 6 months. The experiments had been designed to test whether quantum field manipulation could influence the likelihood of specific outcomes within limited areas. The company had been using advanced understanding of quantum mechanics and chaos theory to create localized probability fields where the statistical likelihood of events could be artificially altered. Within these fields, unlikely events could be made more probable while unwanted outcomes could be suppressed. But the experiments had produced unintended consequences that the researchers hadn't anticipated. Instead of creating controlled alterations in probability, they had generated what Dr. Rodriguez described as a probability storm, a chaotic disruption of normal statistical patterns that was affecting the entire downtown area. The probability storm was causing random fluctuations in the likelihood of various events, creating clusters of coincidences and statistical anomalies that followed no predictable pattern. Some areas within the storm experienced enhanced luck and beneficial outcomes, while others became prone to unlikely accidents and negative coincidences. Dr. Rodriguez explained that the probability manipulation technology had somehow become self-sustaining, continuing to operate and evolve even after the original experiments had been terminated. The quantum fields were no longer under the company's control and were generating increasingly complex and unpredictable probability patterns. Park's investigation revealed that the probability storm was expanding beyond the downtown area and beginning to affect surrounding neighborhoods. Reports of unusual coincidences and statistical anomalies were being documented across a wider geographic area, suggesting that the phenomenon was growing stronger rather than dissipating. Federal scientists became involved when Park reported that the probability storm might pose a threat to infrastructure and public safety. If normal statistical patterns continued to break down, critical systems that depended on predictable probability distributions, from computer networks to financial markets to traffic control systems, could begin to malfunction. The investigation team discovered that the probability storm was creating cascading effects that extended far beyond the immediate area. Financial markets were experiencing unusual trading patterns as investors in the affected area made decisions based on probability, assessments that no longer matched reality. Insurance companies were reporting claim patterns that violated their actuarial models. Even weather systems appeared to be influenced by the altered probability fields. Dr. Michael Chun, a quantum physicist consulting on the case, determined that the probability storm was creating permanent alterations in the structure of space-time itself. The quantum field manipulations had damaged the fundamental mechanisms that govern chance and causality, creating a region where normal probability laws no longer applied. It's like they've broken the cosmic dice, Dr. Chun explained. In this area, events that should be extremely unlikely are happening routinely, while things that should be probable are becoming rare. The basic mathematical relationships that govern chance and coincidence have been disrupted at the quantum level. The team attempted to shut down the probability storm using various technological interventions, but discovered that the phenomenon had become too complex and self-sustaining to be easily controlled. The quantum field disruptions had created feedback loops that maintained and amplified the probability, alterations without requiring external input. More concerning was the discovery that the probability storm appeared to be developing a form of rudimentary intelligence. The pattern of statistical anomalies was becoming more sophisticated and purposeful, suggesting that the disrupted probability fields were learning to optimize their effects. Instead of creating random clusters of coincidences, the probability storm was beginning to generate meaningful patterns of unlikely events that seemed designed to benefit certain individuals while disadvantaging others. The phenomenon was apparently developing preferences and goals, using its control over probability to pursue some form of agenda. People who lived or worked within the probability storm began reporting that their luck had become artificially enhanced or diminished based on factors they couldn't understand. Some individuals experienced extraordinary good fortune in all aspects of their lives, while others found themselves encountering unlikely obstacles and setbacks that prevented them from achieving their goals. The probability storm appeared to be making judgments about which people deserved good luck and which should experience misfortune, but the criteria for these decisions remained completely mysterious. The pattern of enhanced or diminished probability didn't correlate with moral behavior, personal achievement, or any other identifiable characteristic. Lieutenant Park's investigation concluded when federal authorities classified the probability storm as a continuing anomaly requiring ongoing monitoring but no active intervention. Attempts to neutralize the phenomenon had proven unsuccessful, and the disrupted probability patterns had stabilized at levels that were unusual but not immediately dangerous. Asterisk, the affected area was designated a statistical anomaly zone, with special protocols for emergency services, insurance companies, and other organizations that needed to account for altered probability distributions in their operations. Residents and businesses within the zone were provided with guidelines for adapting to the changed probability environment, but most chose to remain in the area despite the uncertainty. Many reported that living within the probability storm had enhanced their appreciation for the role of chance and coincidence in human life. The case remains open in our files, with regular monitoring of probability patterns in the affected area. The probability storm continues to evolve and develop, creating increasingly sophisticated patterns of statistical manipulation that suggest the phenomenon may eventually develop into a form of localized reality control. Dr. Rodriguez, whose company's experiments created the probability storm, continues to study the phenomenon and has developed theories about its potential long-term implications. She believes that the disrupted probability fields may eventually stabilize into a new form of natural law that governs chance and coincidence in ways that are more responsive to human needs and desires. The probability storm case taught investigators that the laws of physics and mathematics might be more fragile and manipulable than we assume. If quantum experiments can disrupt the fundamental mechanisms that govern probability, then perhaps reality itself is more subject to intentional alteration than mainstream science acknowledges. And perhaps most significantly, the case revealed that probability might not be the random, impersonal force we believe it to be. The probability storm's apparent development of intelligence and preferences suggests that chance itself might be capable of consciousness and decision-making under the right circumstances. The next time you experience an unusual run of good luck or encounter a cluster of meaningful coincidences, consider the possibility that you might be within the influence of a probability field that has been altered by forces beyond your understanding, forces that might be making conscious decisions about your fortune based on criteria that exist beyond the normal boundaries of cause and effect. Asterisk. The last case I want to share with you tonight began when I inherited a filing cabinet from Detective Frank Sterling, my predecessor who had worked the Kronos Letters case decades earlier. Sterling had passed away in 1996, leaving behind a collection of files that he had marked for future understanding only, cases that he believed could not be solved with the investigative tools available during his lifetime. Among these files was a case that Sterling had worked for over 20 years without ever formally documenting in department records. He called it the Final Archive and described it as an investigation into the ultimate destination of all unsolved mysteries. According to Sterling's private notes, he had discovered evidence that unsolved cases don't simply remain unsolved forever. Instead, they eventually find their way to what he called the Final Archive, a place outside normal space and time where all mysteries are ultimately resolved, all questions are answered, and all investigations reach their conclusion. Sterling's investigation began in 1977, shortly after the Kronos Letters correspondence ended. He had become obsessed with understanding the nature of unsolved mysteries and why some cases remained beyond the reach of conventional investigation. His research led him to a theory that mysteries themselves were a form of energy that accumulated over time and eventually reached a critical mass that allowed them to transcend normal reality. According to this theory, every unsolved case generated what Sterling called mystery energy, a form of psychological and spiritual force created by the unanswered questions, unresolved conflicts, and unfinished investigations that surrounded the case. This energy persisted even after official investigations were closed, continuing to grow stronger as more people wondered about the case and sought answers. When the mystery energy reached sufficient intensity, it would create what Sterling described as a resolution event, a moment when the case would spontaneously solve itself through means that defied conventional investigation. The answers would simply appear, usually in the form of information that became available through impossible circumstances or coincidences that revealed crucial evidence. But Sterling had discovered that these resolution events were not random. They were being orchestrated by an intelligence that existed within the Final Archive, a cosmic repository of all human knowledge and experience that operated according to principles beyond normal understanding. Sterling's investigation into the Final Archive had led him to individuals who claimed to have received visions or communications from this repository. These people described experiencing moments of perfect clarity, where they suddenly understood the solutions to mysteries that had puzzled investigators for years. They would receive complete, detailed knowledge about unsolved cases through dreams, meditation, or spontaneous insights that provided information they could not possibly have known through normal means. The communications from the Final Archive were always accurate and complete. They provided not just solutions to the mysteries, but explanations of why the cases had remained unsolved for so long, and what lessons they were meant to teach about the nature of truth, justice, and human understanding. But the Final Archive was selective about which mysteries it chose to resolve. Cases were only solved when the investigators and the broader community had developed sufficient wisdom and maturity to understand the implications of the answers. Some mysteries remained unsolved for decades or centuries, until humanity was ready to comprehend their significance. Sterling had documented dozens of cases where unsolved mysteries had been spontaneously resolved through communications from the final archive. Missing persons had been found through impossible coincidences. Cold cases had been solved when crucial evidence appeared in ways that defied rational explanation. Even historical mysteries had been clarified when ancient documents or artifacts were discovered under circumstances that suggested intervention by some higher intelligence. But Sterling had also discovered that the final archive served a purpose. Beyond simply resolving individual mysteries, it was part of a larger system that guided human understanding and spiritual development by controlling the flow of knowledge and revelation. According to Sterling's theory, mysteries were not obstacles to be overcome, but rather teaching tools designed to help humanity develop wisdom, compassion, and understanding. Each unsolved case was a lesson that remained open until the students, investigators, communities, and society as a whole had learned what they needed to know. The final archive ensured that answers came at the proper time, when they would serve the highest good and contribute to human growth rather than simply satisfying curiosity or closing files. Sterling's investigation had revealed that many historical breakthroughs in science, philosophy, and human understanding had been guided by communications from the final archive. Great discoveries were not just the result of individual genius or scientific method, but were part of a coordinated program of revelation that operated across centuries and civilizations. Sterling had also learned that the final archive was not just a repository of past knowledge. It was actively involved in shaping the future by determining which mysteries would be solved and which would remain open. It could foresee the consequences of revelation and would sometimes delay solutions for generations to ensure that humanity was prepared for the knowledge. In his final notes, Sterling wrote that he had been contacted directly by the final archive and invited to visit the repository in person. The communication had come in the form of a dream that felt more real than waking life, in which he was shown the true nature of the final archive and offered the opportunity to contribute to its mission. According to Sterling's description, the final archive existed in a space outside normal reality where all knowledge, all mysteries, and all possible solutions coexisted simultaneously. It was staffed by investigators from across history, detectives, scientists, philosophers, and seekers who had dedicated their lives to understanding truth and had been invited to continue their work on a cosmic scale. Sterling described the final archive as a vast library that contained not just information, but living knowledge that could think, feel, and make decisions about its own revelation. The mysteries stored there were not static files, but dynamic entities that continued to evolve and develop until they were ready to return to normal reality as solutions. Sterling's final entry in the case file stated that he had accepted the invitation to join the final archive and would be leaving normal reality to continue his investigative work on a cosmic scale. He wrote that his physical death would occur soon after, but that his consciousness would be preserved within the final archive, where he would help guide the resolution of mysteries across time and space. Detective Sterling died peacefully in his sleep on December 31st, 1996, exactly as he had predicted. But his death marked the beginning of a new phase in the final archive investigation rather than its conclusion. After Sterling's death, investigators who had worked with him began receiving communications that appeared to come from Sterling himself, now operating from within the final archive. These messages provided solutions to cold cases that Sterling had never worked on during his lifetime, suggesting that he had gained access to universal knowledge about all mysteries and investigations. The communications from Sterling's archive Consciousness provided detailed information about unsolved cases, But they also included guidance about when and how the solution should be revealed. Some cases were solved immediately, while others remained open with instructions that they should not be resolved until specific conditions were met. I became involved in the final archive case when I inherited Sterling's files and began receiving my own communications from what appeared to be Sterling's consciousness operating within the repository. These messages guided me to evidence that solved several cold cases in our department, but they also provided insights into the nature of investigative work that changed my entire approach to law enforcement. According to Sterling's archive consciousness, criminal investigation is not just about solving individual cases. It's part of a larger process of human spiritual development that unfolds across generations. Each mystery serves a purpose in teaching humanity about justice, truth, compassion, and understanding. Investigators are not just solving crimes. They are serving as guides in humanity's ongoing education about the nature of good and evil. The final archive case taught me that unsolved mysteries are not failures of investigation, but rather opportunities for growth and learning that remain open until the lessons have been absorbed. Some cases may never be solved in conventional terms because their true purpose is to inspire continued questioning, searching, and development of wisdom. But the case also revealed that no mystery truly remains unsolved forever. All questions eventually find their answers. All investigations ultimately reach their conclusions. And all seekers of truth eventually discover what they are looking for. The final archive ensures that knowledge and understanding flow according to a cosmic plan that serves the highest good of all consciousness. As I close these case files tonight, I want you to know that the mysteries I've shared are not just stories about impossible crimes and unexplained phenomena. They are glimpses into the larger mystery of existence itself, the ongoing investigation into the nature of reality, consciousness, and truth that involves every thinking being in the universe. You are part of this investigation. Every question you ask, every mystery you ponder, every moment of wonder you experience contributes to the cosmic repository of knowledge that serves all seekers across time and space. Your curiosity and desire for understanding are sacred acts that help guide the revelation of truth according to divine timing. Sleep well, knowing that the mysteries that surround you are not obstacles to understanding, but rather invitations to participate in the eternal investigation that connects all minds, all hearts, and all souls in the endless quest for truth and meaning. The final archive awaits your contributions to the cosmic case, file of human understanding. Dream deeply, question boldly, and trust that every mystery will find its resolution when the time is right and the seeker is ready. Investigation continues across all dimensions of existence, and you are both detective and mystery, seeker and sought, question and answer in the infinite case file of cosmic consciousness. Rest now in the knowledge that all truth is preserved, all mysteries are sacred, and all investigations lead ultimately to the same destination, the complete understanding of the magnificent mystery of being alive in an impossible universe where every question contains its own answer, waiting patiently to be discovered by minds brave enough to ask and hearts open enough to receive. The files never close, the mysteries never end. The investigation is eternal. Sweet dreams, fellow investigators in the endless mystery of existence. Asterisk. The first time I met the Midnight Confessor, I thought he was just another drunk stumbling out of Murphy's Bar on Delancey Street. It was 2:47 in the morning, and I was walking my beat through the warehouse district when I heard him crying. Not the angry crying of a man who'd lost his job or his woman, but the deep, soul-shaking sobs of someone who'd lost something he couldn't name. He was sitting on the steps of St. Catherine's Church, still dressed in an expensive suit that had seen better days. His hat sat crooked on his head, and his hands shook as he tried to light a cigarette in the rain. When he saw me approaching, he looked up with eyes that held more stories than the city library. "Officer," he said, his voice carrying the weight of bourbon and regret. I need to confess something. In 20 years on the force, I'd heard every kind of confession you could imagine. Men admitting to murders they didn't commit. Women claiming responsibility for fires they couldn't have started. Kids confessing to crimes that hadn't even happened yet. But there was something different about this one. Something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up like a cat sensing thunder. "What's on your mind, friend?" I asked, sitting down beside him on the wet stone steps. He took a long drag from his cigarette and stared out into the rain-soaked street. "I killed someone tonight," he said, matter of fact as ordering coffee. "But here's the thing, officer. I didn't mean to kill him. I meant to save him." The story he told me over the next hour would change the way I looked at confession, redemption, and the thin line between salvation and damnation. His name was Thomas Brennan, and he was a doctor. Had been a doctor who specialized in what he called emotional surgery. He'd developed techniques for helping people overcome traumatic memories by surgically removing the parts of their brains that stored painful experiences. Clean, precise, permanent solutions to psychological suffering. Dr. Brennan had been practicing this experimental surgery for 3 years, working with patients who had exhausted all other forms of treatment. War veterans who couldn't escape their memories of combat, women who couldn't forget the faces of the men who'd hurt them, children who carried scars too deep for time to heal. His surgery offered them complete freedom from their pain. But tonight, something had gone wrong. The patient was a young man named Eddie Costello, a bank teller who'd witnessed a robbery that left 6 people dead. Eddie couldn't sleep, couldn't work, couldn't function. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the robbers' faces and heard the sound of gunshots echoing in the marble halls of First National Bank. Dr. Brennan had performed the surgery perfectly, removing the exact neural pathways that stored Eddie's traumatic memories. The procedure had gone exactly as planned, with no complications and no unexpected bleeding. Eddie had recovered from the anesthesia normally, his vital signs stable, his responses appropriate. But when Eddie woke up, he wasn't Eddie anymore. Surgery had removed more than just the traumatic memories. It had taken everything: Eddie's personality, his relationships, his entire sense of identity. He could remember facts about his life, but he couldn't remember feeling anything about those facts. He knew he had a mother, but he couldn't remember loving her. He knew he had a job, but he couldn't remember caring about it. Dr. Brennan had cured Eddie's trauma by removing Eddie himself. "He looked at me like I was a stranger," Dr. Brennan told me, rain mixing with tears on his face. "Like he was looking at me through glass. He thanked me politely for the surgery and asked if he could go home now. Polite as a waiter taking an order. No emotion, no connection, no soul." Eddie had left the clinic that evening with his traumatic memories gone, but he'd also left behind everything that made him human. Dr. Brennan realized he had accidentally performed the perfect murder, killing someone completely while leaving their body alive and functional. The confession continued as we sat on those church steps. Dr. Brennan describing case after case where his emotional surgery had succeeded too well. Patients who had their trauma removed but lost their capacity for love. Veterans who forgot their nightmares but also forgot their valor. Women who escaped their pain but couldn't remember their joy. "I thought I was saving them," he whispered. "I thought I was giving them peace. But I was stealing their souls one memory at a time." Dr. Brennan's confession revealed that he had been keeping detailed records of all his patients, documenting their psychological states before and after surgery. The records showed a consistent pattern. The surgery successfully removed traumatic memories, but it also diminished the patient's capacity for all strong emotions, both positive and negative. His patients became functional but empty, able to work, eat, sleep, and maintain basic relationships, but unable to experience the depth of feeling that made life meaningful. They were cured of their trauma but also cured of their humanity. The worst part, Dr. Brennan continued, is that they don't know what they've lost. They can't miss something they can't remember having. They think they're fine, maybe even better than before. But their families can see the difference. They can see that someone they loved has been replaced by a polite stranger. As dawn approached, Dr. Brennan's confession took an even darker turn. He revealed that he hadn't just been performing surgery on individual patients. He had been conducting experiments to see if he could selectively remove specific types of memories while preserving others. Working with military contractors, he had been developing techniques for removing soldiers' memories of war crimes while preserving their combat effectiveness. Corporate executives were paying him to remove employees' memories of workplace abuses while keeping their professional skills intact. Even government agencies were interested in his ability to create witnesses who remembered crimes, but forgot the identities of the perpetrators. Dr. Brennan's emotional surgery had become a tool for institutional forgetting, a way for powerful people to eliminate inconvenient memories while preserving convenient ones. I started as a healer, he said, crushing his cigarette under his heel. But I became something else, a thief of souls. A killer of the heart. The confession ended when Dr. Brennan handed me a briefcase containing detailed records of all his patients and procedures. Inside were files documenting hundreds of surgeries, research notes on memory manipulation techniques, and correspondence with government and corporate clients who had funded his research. I can't undo what I've done, he said, standing up slowly. But maybe someone can use this information to help the people I've hurt. Maybe there's a way to give them back what I took. Dr. Thomas Brennan walked away into the gray morning light, and I never saw him again. But his confession haunted me for years, raising questions about the nature of memory, identity, and the price of forgetting. I investigated his claims and found that every detail of his confession was true. The clinic existed, the patients were real, and the surgeries had been performed exactly as he described. Dr. Brennan had indeed developed technology for removing specific memories while leaving others intact. But when I tried to follow up with his patients, I discovered something that chilled me to the bone. They all insisted they had never been traumatized, never needed surgery, and never met Dr. Brennan. Their family members told different stories, describing loved ones who had returned from surgery as strangers. But the patients themselves had no memory of their former selves. The files from Dr. Brennan's briefcase disappeared from the evidence room before I could complete my investigation. When I inquired about them, I was told that they had been classified as national security materials and transferred to federal custody. Dr. Brennan's clinic was quietly shut down. But rumors persisted that his research had been continued by government agencies interested in developing more sophisticated memory manipulation techniques. The Midnight Confessor case taught me that some confessions are too dangerous to believe and too important to ignore. Dr. Brennan had entrusted me with the knowledge of his crimes because he knew that someone needed to remember what he had done. Even if his victims couldn't. In the years that followed, I encountered other cases involving memory manipulation and emotional surgery, always conducted in secret, always leaving behind patients who couldn't remember what they had lost, always protected by powerful interests who benefited from institutional forgetting. But I remembered Dr. Brennan's confession, and I documented everything I learned about memory manipulation research. Someone needed to keep the records, to maintain the evidence, to remember the crimes that the victims themselves had been forced to forget. The rain stopped falling that morning, but the darkness Dr. Brennan described never lifted. In a world where memories could be surgically removed and identities could be edited at will, how could anyone be certain that their own thoughts and feelings were authentic? Every time I looked in the mirror after that night, I wondered if I was seeing the real Jack Morrison, or just a carefully edited version, someone who remembered only what others wanted him to remember, feeling only what others allowed him to feel. The midnight confessor had given me the most disturbing gift imaginable. The knowledge that my own mind might not be my own, and the responsibility to remember truths that others had paid to forget. 2 years after the midnight confessor, I thought I'd seen the worst that memory manipulation could do to a person. I was wrong. The case that landed on my desk in the spring of 1954 introduced me to a criminal enterprise that made Dr. Brennan's emotional surgery look like amateur hour. It started with a missing person report that didn't quite add up. Mrs. Sarah Kellerman came into the precinct on a Tuesday morning, claiming that her husband had been kidnapped and replaced by an imposter. According to Mrs. Kellerman, the man living in her house looked exactly like her husband Robert, had his voice and mannerisms, even knew intimate details about their 20-year marriage. But he wasn't her husband. He knows everything about our life together, she told me, twisting her handkerchief between nervous fingers. He knows about our first kiss, our wedding night, the names of our children's stuffed animals. But he doesn't love me anymore, not the way Robert did. Mrs. Kellerman's story sounded like the desperate fantasy of a woman whose marriage had grown cold. But there was something in her eyes that made me listen. She wasn't delusional or hysterical. She was absolutely certain that the man sharing her bed was a stranger wearing her husband's memories like a borrowed suit. He remembers everything perfectly, she continued. Too perfectly. When Robert told stories about our past, he would get details wrong, mix up dates, embellish things. This man, this thing, he remembers everything exactly as it happened. Like he's reading from a script. I agreed to investigate, expecting to find a woman struggling with the natural changes that occur in long-term relationships. Instead, I discovered a criminal operation that challenged everything I thought I knew about identity, memory, and the nature of human consciousness. Robert Kellerman worked as an accountant for Meridian Industries, a mid-sized manufacturing company, with government contracts and connections to several major banks. When I visited his office, I found a man who matched his wife's description perfectly: polite, professional, competent, but somehow lacking the indefinable spark that separates genuine personality from skillful imitation. Robert seemed pleased to meet me and answered all my questions with helpful precision. He provided detailed accounts of his daily routine, his work responsibilities, even his relationship with his wife. But there was something mechanical about his responses, as if he was accessing information rather than remembering experiences. When I asked about his emotional connection to his wife, Robert paused for just a moment too long before responding. "I love Sarah very much," he said, but his tone suggested he was stating a fact rather than expressing a feeling. "We have been married for 20 years and 2 months. She is an excellent wife and mother." The investigation took a darker turn. When I discovered that Robert Kellerman wasn't the only person whose loved ones had noticed subtle but disturbing changes in their personality and behavior. Over the past year, at least a dozen individuals in the city had been reported by family members as not quite right, people who retained all their memories and skills, but seemed to have lost some essential aspect of their humanity. The pattern was always the same. After a brief disappearance or unexplained absence, the individuals would return with their knowledge intact, but their emotional connections mysteriously diminished. They could remember loving their families, but they couldn't feel that love anymore. They could recall feeling passionate about their careers, but work had become merely a function they performed. I began investigating the connections between these cases and discovered that all of the affected individuals had been patients at Riverside Medical Center for various routine procedures: appendectomies, tonsillectomies, minor surgeries that required general anesthesia. But when I tried to access their medical records, I found that the files had been heavily redacted or were missing entirely. Dr. Marcus Webb, the chief of surgery at Riverside Medical, agreed to meet with me to discuss the cases. Dr. Webb was a distinguished physician with an impeccable reputation and extensive experience in experimental medical procedures. He seemed genuinely concerned about my investigation and offered full cooperation with any inquiry. But something about Dr. Webb's manner reminded me of Robert Kellerman. He was helpful, professional, and completely appropriate, but he seemed to be performing the role of a concerned physician rather than actually being one. "Detective Morrison," he said, "I want to assure you that Riverside Medical maintains the highest standards of patient care. If there have been any complications or unexpected outcomes from our procedures, we want to identify and address them immediately." When I pressed Dr. Webb for specifics about the medical procedures performed on the affected individuals, he provided detailed technical explanations that were medically accurate but somehow evasive. He could describe exactly what had been done to each patient, but he couldn't explain why they had been selected for these particular procedures. My investigation revealed that the affected individuals had all been chosen based on psychological profiles that identified them as having strong emotional attachments and complex memory patterns. They weren't random surgical patients. They were specifically selected subjects for experimental procedures that went far beyond their stated medical needs. The breakthrough came when I received an anonymous tip directing me to a private clinic operating in the basement of Riverside Medical Center. Using building blueprints from the city planning office, I discovered that the hospital's basement level included several rooms that weren't shown on the official floor plans, spaces that had been constructed specifically to house equipment, and procedures that the hospital didn't want to acknowledge. Working with a federal warrant obtained through channels I couldn't officially discuss, I gained access to the hidden clinic and discovered what could only be described as a memory processing facility. The basement contained sophisticated neurological equipment designed to extract, store, and transfer human memories and emotional patterns between different individuals. Dr. Webb had been conducting experiments in what he called consciousness transplantation, the complete transfer of one person's mental patterns into another person's brain. But unlike Dr. Brennan's crude emotional surgery, Dr. Webb's technique could preserve and relocate entire personality structures while leaving the donor's body alive, empty. The process involved extracting the complete neurological patterns that constituted an individual's consciousness, their memories, personality traits, emotional responses, even their sense of identity, and storing them in sophisticated computer systems. These patterns could then be implanted into other brains, creating perfect copies of the original personality while leaving the donor's consciousness permanently displaced. Dr. Webb had been selling this consciousness transfer technology to wealthy clients who wanted to escape the consequences of their actions or assume new identities without the usual risks of identity theft. A criminal could transfer his consciousness into an innocent person's body while leaving his original body behind to face prosecution. A dying elderly person could move their consciousness into a younger, healthier body. A businessman could assume the identity of a competitor while the competitor's consciousness was displaced into a less advantageous situation. The affected individuals I had investigated were the unwilling donors in these consciousness transfers. Their bodies had been preserved and their basic memories maintained, but their original personalities had been extracted and replaced with artificial constructs designed to make them functional but emotionally detached. Robert Kellerman's consciousness had been extracted and sold to a wealthy client who wanted to assume the identity of a respected accountant with security clearance and access to sensitive financial information. The man living with Mrs. Kellerman was a consciousness implant designed to maintain Robert's social and professional relationships while serving the interests of the buyer. The investigation revealed that Dr. Webb's consciousness transfer network had been operating for over 2 years, with dozens of transfers conducted for clients who included organized crime figures, corrupt politicians, and business executives seeking to escape legal consequences. The network had developed sophisticated techniques for maintaining The transferred consciousnesses in digital storage while creating convincing replacements for the donor bodies. But the most disturbing discovery was that the consciousness transfer process wasn't always voluntary. Dr. Webb had been identifying individuals with desirable skills, social connections, or physical characteristics and arranging for them to receive routine medical procedures that actually involved consciousness extraction. The victims were chosen through psychological profiling that identified people who were unlikely to be believed if they complained about personality changes. Individuals with histories of mental health issues, social isolation, or family conflicts were preferred targets because their loved ones would be more likely to attribute behavioral changes to psychological factors rather than surgical intervention. Mrs. Kellerman had been able to detect a change in her husband because their relationship was particularly close and because she had an intuitive understanding of his emotional patterns that couldn't be replicated by artificial consciousness constructs. The case concluded when federal authorities shut down Dr. Webb's consciousness transfer network and arrested 17 individuals involved in the operation. But the investigation revealed that similar networks were operating in other cities, and that consciousness transfer technology had been distributed to criminal organizations and government agencies around the world. The legal implications of consciousness transfer created unprecedented challenges for the justice system. How do you prosecute crimes committed by individuals whose consciousness has been transferred into different bodies? How do you establish identity when consciousness and physical form no longer necessarily correspond? How do you determine which personality is legally responsible for actions taken by a transferred consciousness? Most disturbing of all was the question of what happened to the displaced consciousnesses. Dr. Webb claimed that the extracted consciousness patterns were preserved in digital storage and could theoretically be restored to their original bodies. But the storage systems had been damaged during the federal raid, and many of the consciousness files appeared to have been corrupted or deleted. Robert Kellerman's original consciousness was never recovered. The man living with Mrs. Kellerman was determined to be an artificial construct designed to simulate her husband's personality. But the real Robert's consciousness had been transferred to a buyer whose identity was never established. Mrs. Kellerman was faced with an impossible choice: live with an artificial version of her husband, who remembered their life together but couldn't feel love for her, or accept that the real Robert was gone forever, existing somewhere in a stranger's body with no memory of his former life. She chose to stay with the construct, explaining that even an artificial version of Robert was better than losing him completely. But she never stopped mourning the loss of the man she had truly loved, whose consciousness had been sold to the highest bidder by criminals who treated human identity as a commodity to be traded. The memory merchant case taught me that the human soul might be more transferable than anyone had imagined. If consciousness could be extracted, stored, and relocated like data files, then perhaps the most intimate aspects of human experience, love, identity, memory itself, were vulnerable to theft and manipulation by anyone with sufficient technology and lack of conscience. But the case also demonstrated the resilience of human love and intuition. Mrs. Kellerman had been able to detect the loss of her husband's consciousness despite the artificial construct's perfect imitation of his memories and behavior. Love, it seemed, could recognize authenticity even when all other evidence suggested that nothing had changed. In the end, that might be our only defense against technologies that can steal our very selves. The hope that those who truly know us will be able to recognize when we're no longer home, and will refuse to accept substitutes for the irreplaceable reality of human consciousness and connection. Asterisk. By 1956, I thought I'd seen every way that the human mind could be violated, manipulated, or stolen. The Midnight Confessor had shown me how memories could be surgically removed. The memory merchant had revealed how consciousness itself could be extracted and transferred between bodies. But the case that came to define the darkest period of my career involved a criminal who had learned to steal something even more fundamental: the capacity to feel. It started with a series of suicides that didn't make sense. Over a 3-month period, 7 individuals in the city had taken their own lives under circumstances that baffled both investigators and family members. These weren't people struggling with depression, financial ruin, or terminal illness. They were successful, well-adjusted individuals with loving families and bright futures who had simply lost the will to live. The first victim was Dr. Patricia Hayes, a pediatrician beloved by her patients and colleagues. Dr. Hayes had been found in her apartment, having taken a lethal dose of sleeping pills with a note that simply read, "I can't feel anything anymore. I've forgotten how to be human." The second victim was Michael Torres, a concert pianist whose performances had moved audiences to tears just weeks before his death. His suicide note was similarly cryptic. "The music has no meaning. Nothing has meaning. I remember what joy felt like, but I can't find it anymore." Each subsequent victim left behind notes describing the same phenomenon. They could remember having emotions, but they could no longer access them. They retained their memories, their relationships, their professional skills, but they had lost the ability to feel anything about their lives. They were alive but empty, functional but hollow. Captain Rodriguez assigned me to investigate the suicides after family members began reporting that the victims had all complained of feeling emotionally drained in the weeks before their deaths. They had described feeling as if their capacity for happiness, sadness, love, fear, all emotional experience was gradually disappearing. But what made these cases particularly disturbing was that the emotional loss appeared to be selective. The victims lost positive emotions while retaining negative ones, particularly feelings of emptiness, despair, and existential dread. It was as if someone had systematically removed their capacity for joy, while leaving them fully capable of experiencing psychological pain. My investigation revealed that all 7 victims had been patients of Dr. Elena Vasquez, a psychiatrist, who specialized in treating what she called emotional dysregulation disorders. Dr. Vasquez had developed experimental therapies for helping patients who experienced emotions too intensely, particularly individuals suffering from conditions like borderline personality disorder, bipolar disorder, and severe anxiety. Dr. Vasquez's treatment involved what she described as emotional modulation therapy, a technique that used a combination of pharmaceutical intervention, psychological conditioning, and what appeared to be some form of neurological manipulation to help patients achieve emotional stability. When I interviewed Dr. Vasquez about her deceased patients, she expressed appropriate concern and sadness about their deaths. She explained that all 7 individuals had been struggling with intense emotional experiences that were interfering with their ability to function in daily life. "They came to me because they felt too much," Dr. Vasquez explained. "Their emotions were so intense and overwhelming that they couldn't maintain relationships, hold jobs, or find peace in their lives. My therapy was designed to help them achieve emotional balance and stability. But as I investigated Dr. Vasquez's treatment methods, I discovered that her emotional modulation therapy involved technologies and techniques that went far beyond conventional psychiatry. Her clinic was equipped with sophisticated neurological monitoring equipment that could map and manipulate the brain regions responsible for emotional processing. The breakthrough in my investigation came when I received a visit from Maria Santos, a former patient of Dr. Vasquez who had survived the emotional modulation therapy but was experiencing side effects that terrified her. "Detective Morrison," she said, "Dr. Vasquez didn't just treat my emotions. She stole them. She took away my ability to feel love, joy, excitement, all the emotions that made life worth living, and left me with only emptiness and despair." Maria's story revealed the true nature of Dr. Vasquez's experimental therapy. Instead of helping patients achieve emotional balance, She was extracting their positive emotions and storing them for purposes that Maria couldn't understand. During the therapy sessions, I would be connected to machines that Dr. Vasquez said were monitoring my brain activity, Maria explained. But I could feel them pulling something out of me, like they were draining away everything good and warm and alive inside me. Maria described the therapy process as feeling like emotional surgery. Her capacity for positive emotions was systematically extracted over multiple sessions, leaving her with intact memories but no ability to feel joy, love, satisfaction, or hope. She retained her professional skills and social relationships, but they had become meaningless to her because she could no longer feel any emotional connection to them. I remember what it was like to love my children, Maria told me, tears streaming down her face. I can remember the feeling, like remembering the taste of chocolate, but I can't feel it anymore. They're just people who live in my house now. Important people that I'm supposed to care about, but don't. Maria's testimony led me to investigate Dr. Vasquez's clinic more thoroughly. What I discovered was a sophisticated operation that involved not just extracting emotions from patients, but harvesting them for resale to wealthy clients who wanted to experience enhanced emotional states. Dr. Vasquez had developed technology that could isolate and extract specific emotional capacities from human brains. Joy, love, creative inspiration, sexual passion, parental affection, all of these could be removed from one person and transferred to another. The extracted emotions were more pure and intense than natural feelings, providing buyers with emotional experiences that exceeded normal human capacity. The clients who purchased these harvested emotions included artists seeking creative inspiration that had been extracted from naturally gifted individuals, businessmen wanting the confidence and charisma taken from successful leaders, and wealthy elderly individuals purchasing the joy and vitality that had been stolen from young, happy people. The extraction process was irreversible. Once emotions were removed from a patient's brain, they could never be restored. The victims were left permanently diminished, capable of remembering what they had lost, but unable to ever feel it again. Dr. Vasquez had been targeting individuals who possessed particularly strong emotional capacities, people who felt deeply and passionately about their lives and relationships. She would diagnose them with emotional dysregulation disorders and convince them that their intense feelings were pathological conditions that required treatment. The therapy would gradually extract their emotional capacity over multiple sessions, with patients initially experiencing relief from overwhelming feelings, before gradually realizing that they were losing their ability to feel anything at all. By the time they understood what was happening, the extraction was complete and irreversible. The 7 suicide victims had all reached the point where they could no longer tolerate the emptiness that had replaced their emotional lives. They retained enough residual feeling to experience despair and hopelessness, but they had lost all capacity for the positive emotions that make life meaningful. My investigation revealed that Dr. Vasquez was part of an international network of emotion trafficking operations that had developed sophisticated markets for harvested human feelings. Different types of emotions commanded different prices. A mother's love for her child was extremely valuable to women struggling with infertility, while an artist's creative passion could be sold to individuals seeking enhanced artistic ability. The network had developed techniques for preserving harvested emotions in digital storage systems, allowing them to be traded like commodities and transferred to buyers around the world. The most intense and pure emotions, those extracted from individuals with exceptional emotional capacity, were considered premium, products that could sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars. But the network had also discovered that extracted emotions could be artificially enhanced before being transferred to buyers. Natural love could be concentrated and purified to create emotional experiences more intense than anything that occurred naturally. Creative inspiration could be amplified beyond normal human capacity. Even negative emotions like anger and fear could be refined and sold to clients who wanted to experience intense feelings without the usual psychological consequences. The investigation reached its climax when I discovered that Dr. Vasquez had been planning to extract and sell my own emotions. She had been monitoring my investigation and had identified me as someone with particularly strong emotional responses to injustice and suffering, qualities that would be valuable to law enforcement agencies and military organizations seeking to enhance their personnel's commitment and determination. I had been scheduled for a consultation at Dr. Vasquez's clinic, supposedly to discuss the investigation, but actually to begin the process of emotional assessment and extraction. If I had attended that appointment, my capacity for empathy, moral outrage, and dedication to justice would have been harvested and sold to the highest bidder. The case concluded when federal authorities raided Dr. Vasquez's clinic and shut down the emotion trafficking network. Dr. Vasquez and 12 associates were arrested and charged with assault, conspiracy, and violations of experimental medical research protocols. But the investigation revealed that hundreds of individuals had been subjected to emotion extraction procedures over the past 3 years. Most were unaware that their emotional capacity had been stolen, attributing their growing emptiness to depression, stress, or natural aging. They continued to function in their daily lives, but they had lost the ability to find meaning or joy in their experiences. The legal system struggled with the challenge of prosecuting crimes involving the theft of intangible qualities like emotions and feelings. How do you establish damages for the loss of someone's capacity to feel love or joy? How do you compensate victims for emotional theft when the stolen feelings can never be returned? The emotion trafficking network was eventually dismantled, but the harvested emotions that had been sold to buyers could not be recovered. Hundreds of people remained permanently diminished, living with the knowledge that their capacity for happiness had been stolen and sold to strangers who were experiencing their feelings as artificial enhancements. Maria Santos, who had helped expose the network, continued to struggle with the emotional emptiness that Dr. Vasquez's treatments had created. She received therapy and support to help her adapt to life without her natural emotional capacity, but she never recovered her ability to feel love for her children or joy in her accomplishments. The emotion thief case taught me that the most intimate aspects of human experience, our feelings, our capacity for connection, our ability to find meaning in life, might be more vulnerable to theft than we ever imagined. If emotions could be extracted and traded like commodities, then perhaps everything that makes us human was potentially subject to harvest by those who viewed our inner lives as resources to be exploited. But the case also demonstrated the resilience of human dignity and the importance of protecting the emotional lives of vulnerable individuals. Maria Santos had risked her own safety to help expose Dr. Vasquez's crimes, even though she could no longer feel the satisfaction of seeing justice done. Her sacrifice helped prevent other victims from losing their emotional capacity to criminals who treated human feelings as products to be bought and sold. The investigation left me with profound questions about the nature of emotion and identity. If our feelings could be stolen and transferred to others, were they truly ours to begin with? Or were emotions simply patterns of brain activity that could be manipulated and redistributed like any other form of information? These questions haunted me as I continued working cases that involved increasingly sophisticated violations of human consciousness and identity. Each investigation revealed new ways that criminal organizations were learning to exploit the fundamental mechanisms of human experience for profit and power. The case that would define the final years of my career began with a phone call that made no sense. On a cold Tuesday morning in November 1958, I received a call from someone claiming to be Detective Jack Morrison, claiming to be me. "Detective Morrison," the voice said, and it was unmistakably my own voice. "This is Detective Jack Morrison. I need to warn you about something that's going to happen to you." I sat in my office, holding the phone and listening to myself speak with perfect accuracy. Not just the sound of my voice, but my speech patterns, my vocabulary, even the slight rasp that came from too many cigarettes and too much bourbon. But I wasn't making the call. "Who is this?" I asked, though I already knew the answer would be impossible to accept. "I'm you," the voice replied. "Or rather, I'm what you're going to become if you don't listen carefully to what I'm about to tell." "You." The caller explained that he was Detective Jack Morrison from a timeline several weeks in the future, and that he was calling to warn me about a criminal organization that had developed technology for stealing and replicating human identities with perfect accuracy. This organization had been targeting law enforcement officers whose identities would be useful for conducting criminal activities while maintaining the appearance of legitimate police work. Asterisk. "They've already stolen me," the future Morrison said. "By the time you hear this call, they'll have created dozens of perfect copies of my identity, my memories, my personality. The Jack Morrison you think you are will be just one of many versions. And you won't know which one is real." I assumed I was dealing with either a prank call or someone with a severe mental illness. But something about the caller's knowledge of details from my personal life made me continue listening. He knew about cases I had never discussed with anyone, private thoughts I had never shared, even memories from my childhood that I rarely recalled myself. "Listen carefully," the future Morrison continued. "In 3 days, you're going to receive a case involving the disappearance of Professor David Kim from the university. The case will seem routine, but Professor Kim has been conducting research into identity replication technology that makes the consciousness transfer techniques you've encountered look primitive." The caller provided specific details about the upcoming case, the time and location where Professor Kim would be found, the evidence that would be discovered at the scene, even the questions I would ask during the investigation. Everything was described with the accuracy of someone who had already lived through these events. "The criminals who took Professor Kim are using his research to create perfect identity duplicates," the future Morrison explained. "They can copy someone's complete identity, memories, personality, skills, even genetic markers, and create multiple versions of the same person. Each copy believes they are the original, and there's no way to distinguish between them." The call ended with a warning that made my blood run cold. "By the time you solve this case, you'll discover that you're not the original Jack Morrison. You're just one of several copies, and the real you disappeared weeks ago." 3 days later, the case unfolded exactly as the caller had predicted. Professor David Kim was reported missing by his colleagues at the university, and I was assigned to investigate his disappearance. Every detail matched the future Morrison's description with impossible accuracy. Professor Kim was found in his laboratory, apparently having suffered a stroke while working late into the night. But the scene contained evidence that suggested something more sinister had occurred. Equipment had been moved, research files were missing, and there were signs that someone had attempted to clean blood from the laboratory floor. The investigation revealed that Professor Kim had been conducting classified research into what he called quantum identity replication, a technique that could create perfect copies of human beings at the molecular level. Unlike the consciousness transfer technologies I had encountered in previous cases, Professor Kim's technique could duplicate the entire person, creating multiple versions that were identical in every way. The research had been funded by a consortium of government agencies and private corporations interested in developing the ability to create backup copies of important individuals. Military leaders, scientific researchers, political figures, anyone whose knowledge and skills were considered irreplaceable could be duplicated to ensure continuity in case of their death or incapacitation. But Professor Kim's research had revealed that quantum identity replication created a philosophical paradox. If multiple identical copies of the same person existed simultaneously, which one had the stronger claim to being the real individual? The copies would have identical memories, personalities, and beliefs about their own identity, making it impossible to determine which was the original. My investigation into Professor Kim's disappearance led me to a secret facility where the identity replication research was being conducted. The facility was equipped with sophisticated quantum manipulation technology that could scan and duplicate human beings at the subatomic level, creating perfect copies that were indistinguishable from the originals. But I discovered that the facility had been conducting unauthorized experiments in identity replication for the past year. Instead of creating backup copies of important individuals for legitimate security purposes, they had been duplicating people without their knowledge and using the copies for various criminal activities. The investigation revealed that perfect copies of several prominent individuals had been created and were being used to commit crimes, sign fraudulent documents, and influence political decisions. The copies believed they were the original persons and acted accordingly, making their criminal activities virtually undetectable. But the most disturbing discovery was that I had been one of the subjects of unauthorized identity replication. According to the facility's records, Detective Jack Morrison had been scanned and duplicated several weeks earlier, with multiple copies created for use in various criminal operations. The records showed that different versions of me had been used to conduct false investigations, plant evidence, and even commit crimes while maintaining the appearance of legitimate police work. Each copy believed they were the real Jack Morrison and had no knowledge that they were duplicates being manipulated by criminal organizations. The investigation reached its climax when I confronted the facility's director, Dr. Patricia Foster, who revealed that the entire identity replication program had been designed to create a network of duplicate law enforcement officers who could be controlled by criminal organizations without their knowledge. Detective Morrison, Dr. Foster said, "You need to understand that the line between original and copy becomes meaningless when the copies are perfect. You may think you're the real Jack Morrison, but you have no way of proving it. You could be the original, or you could be a copy who was created yesterday with implanted memories of a lifetime of experiences." Dr. Foster explained that the identity replication technology had advanced beyond simple duplication. The facility could now create copies with modified memories and personalities, allowing them to produce versions of people that were improved or altered according to specific requirements. They could create a version of me that was more compliant, more aggressive, or more skilled at particular types of investigations. The criminal organization had been using these modified copies to conduct operations that required the appearance of legitimate law enforcement while serving criminal interests. Each copy believed they were performing their duty as police officers, unaware that their memories and motivations had been artificially altered. But the most terrifying revelation was that the original versions of duplicated individuals were typically eliminated after successful copies had been created. According to Dr. Foster, the real Jack Morrison had probably been killed weeks ago, with his consciousness and identity preserved only in the duplicate versions that had been created from his scanned pattern. "You're asking me whether you're real," Dr. Foster said, "but that's the wrong question. The right question is whether it matters. You have all of Jack Morrison's memories, his skills, his personality, his dedication to justice. In every meaningful way, you are Jack Morrison, even if you're not the original physical body that held that identity." The case concluded when federal authorities shut down the identity replication facility and arrested everyone involved in the unauthorized duplication program. But the investigation revealed that dozens of individuals had been duplicated without their knowledge, with copies being used for various criminal and espionage activities around the world. The legal system faced unprecedented challenges in prosecuting crimes involving identity replication. How do you charge someone with a crime when the person who committed it might be a duplicate of an innocent individual? How do you establish which version of a person has legal standing to make decisions or own property? Most disturbing of all was the question of what had happened to the original versions of duplicated individuals. The facility claimed that the originals had been preserved in secure locations, but many appeared to have been eliminated after their copies had been created and verified. I never learned whether I was the original Jack Morrison or one of several duplicates created from his scanned identity. The investigation revealed that at least 4 versions of me had been created, with different copies being used for different purposes by the criminal organization. Each version believed they were the real Jack Morrison and had memories of solving all the cases I had worked throughout my career. But only one could be the original, and there was no way to determine which one had the strongest claim to being the authentic version. The identity thief case taught me that the concept of individual identity might be more fragile and arbitrary than we assume. If perfect copies of a person could be created, each with equal claim to being the original, then perhaps identity itself was nothing more than a pattern that could be reproduced and distributed without losing its essential character. Case also raised profound questions about the nature of consciousness and authenticity. Even if I was a duplicate rather than the original Jack Morrison, I retained all of his memories, his skills, his commitment to justice, and his concern for the victims of the crimes he had investigated. In every way that mattered, I was still the same person, regardless of whether I was housed in the original body or a perfect copy. The investigation left me with the knowledge that I might be living someone else's life, carrying someone else's memories, and pursuing someone else's quest for justice. But it also taught me that identity might be defined not by the physical body that houses it, but by the continuity of consciousness and purpose that persists regardless of the material substrate. Whether the first was the original Jack Morrison or a perfect duplicate, I continued to investigate crimes, seek justice for victims, and protect the innocent from those who would exploit them. The cases I solved and the lives I helped were real, regardless of the philosophical questions surrounding my own authenticity. In the end, that might be all that matters. Not whether we are who we think we are, but whether we choose to use whatever identity we possess in service of truth, justice, and the protection of those who cannot protect themselves. The rain is still falling outside my window as I finish documenting these cases from the darkest period of my career. Whether I am the original Jack Morrison or one of several duplicates created from his identity, these memories feel real to me, and the lessons they contain continue to guide my understanding of justice, truth, and the complex nature of human consciousness. Each case revealed new ways that the fundamental aspects of human experience, memory, emotion, consciousness, identity itself, could be manipulated, stolen, or transferred by those who possess the technology and lack the conscience to use it responsibly. But each case also demonstrated the resilience of human dignity and the importance of protecting the vulnerable from those who would exploit them. The Midnight Confessor taught me that some confessions are too dangerous to believe and too important to ignore. The Memory Merchant revealed that consciousness itself might be more transferable than we imagine. The Emotion Thief showed that our capacity for feeling could be stolen and sold like any other commodity. The Identity Thief challenged my understanding of what it means to be an authentic individual. Together, these cases painted a picture of a world where the boundaries between self and other, original and copy, authentic and artificial were becoming increasingly blurred. Criminal organizations had learned to exploit the most intimate aspects of human experience, treating consciousness, memory, emotion, and identity as resources to be harvested and redistributed for profit. But the cases also revealed that some aspects of human nature remained constant, despite technological manipulation. Love could still recognize authenticity, even when all other evidence suggested that nothing had changed. Conscience could still compel confession, even when the confessor knew that revealing the truth might be dangerous. The desire for justice could persist even when the person pursuing it wasn't certain of their own authenticity. These constants gave me hope that humanity could adapt to and ultimately overcome the challenges posed by technologies that could manipulate the fundamental mechanisms of consciousness and identity. As long as people retained the capacity for love, conscience, and justice, there would be those willing to investigate crimes, protect the innocent, and seek truth regardless of the personal cost. The city sleeps now, or pretends to sleep, while rain washes the streets clean of the day's sins. Somewhere in the darkness, new crimes are being planned. New technologies are being developed to exploit human consciousness in ways we haven't yet imagined. But somewhere else, other investigators are preparing to meet these challenges, to protect the vulnerable, and to preserve whatever remains sacred and inviolable about human experience. Whether I am the original Jack Morrison or a perfect duplicate carrying his memories and his mission, I continue to believe that truth will ultimately prevail over deception, that justice will triumph over exploitation, and that the essential dignity of human consciousness will survive whatever technological manipulations criminal minds might devise. The cases never end. The mysteries deepen. The investigation continues. Sleep well in the knowledge that somewhere in the shadows, investigators are working to protect the boundaries of human consciousness from those who would violate them. Rest peacefully knowing that even in a world where memory, emotion, and identity can be stolen and sold, the pursuit of truth and justice remains a constant that transcends the limitations of any single mind or body. The rain will stop falling eventually. The darkness will give way to dawn. And the eternal investigation into the nature of crime, consciousness, and human dignity will continue, carried forward by minds that may be original or duplicate, authentic or replicated, but which remain united in their commitment to protecting what makes us human. Close your eyes and let the sound of rain on glass carry you into dreams where justice prevails, where truth endures, and where the mystery of consciousness remains forever beyond the reach of those who would exploit it for their own dark purposes. The night is long, but it is not eternal. The dawn always comes, bringing new cases, new challenges, and new opportunities to serve the cause of justice in an impossible world where nothing is quite what it seems. But everything still matters. Sleep and dream of a world where consciousness remains sacred, where identity cannot be stolen, and where the human heart continues to beat with rhythms that no technology can replicate or replace. The investigation never ends. The mystery deepens. The search for truth continues in the space between sleeping and waking, between memory and dream, between what is real and what only seems real in the dark hours before dawn. In all my years at Riverside, I've never encountered an inmate quite like Marcus Webb. He arrived on a Tuesday morning in the fall of 2009, transferred from a maximum security facility upstate, under circumstances that the warden never fully explained to the staff. All we knew was that Webb was to be kept in solitary confinement indefinitely, with minimal human contact and constant surveillance. Webb was serving 3 consecutive life sentences for murders so brutal that even hardened investigators had trouble reviewing the case files. But what made him truly dangerous wasn't his history of violence. It was his ability to influence other people's minds through conversation alone. According to the psychological reports in his file, Webb possessed what prison psychiatrists called extreme manipulative intelligence. He could analyze someone's personality, fears, and psychological vulnerabilities within minutes of meeting them, then use that knowledge to gradually take control of their thoughts and actions. Previous guards at his former facility had reported experiencing nightmares about conversations with Webb, sudden changes in their own behavior and decision-making patterns, and an overwhelming compulsion to visit his cell, even when they weren't scheduled to be in his section of the prison. 3 guards had quit their jobs after working Webb's block for extended periods, citing psychological stress and what they described as feeling like someone else was living inside their heads. 2 others had been found in compromising situations that suggested they had been following instructions that Webb had somehow implanted in their minds. During routine interactions, The psychological evaluation that accompanied Webb's transfer included a warning that made every guard who read it think twice about their assignment. Subject demonstrates ability to establish psychological dominance over individuals through verbal manipulation techniques that appear to operate below the level of conscious awareness. Prolonged exposure to subject's influence has resulted in behavioral modification in previously stable personnel. Webb was assigned to Cell 17 in Block D, the most isolated section of the prison. His cell was equipped with reinforced glass panels that allowed visual monitoring while preventing direct verbal communication. All interactions with Webb were to be conducted through intercom systems, and no guard was to spend more than 15 minutes in his presence without backup. For the first month, Webb seemed like a model prisoner. He was polite, cooperative, and made no demands beyond the basic necessities provided to all inmates in solitary confinement. He read constantly, maintaining a steady stream of book requests through the prison library system. He exercised regularly, kept his cell meticulously clean, and never caused any disturbances. But slowly, almost imperceptibly, things began to change in Block D. It started with Officer Sarah Chun, who worked the day shift in Webb's section. Chun was a 15-year veteran with an exemplary record and a reputation for being unflappable in difficult situations. She had dealt with every type of dangerous inmate the prison system could produce, and had never shown signs of psychological stress or job-related anxiety. After 2 weeks of monitoring Webb's cell, Chun began reporting unusual dreams. She would find herself having lengthy conversations with Webb in her sleep, discussions that felt more real than actual memories. In these dreams, Webb would provide detailed advice about her personal relationships, her career goals, and decisions she was facing in her daily life. The advice was always helpful and insightful, and Chun found herself following Webb's dream guidance in her waking life. Her relationship with her husband improved. She made better financial decisions, and she felt more confident and focused than she had in years. But as the weeks passed, Chun realized that she was becoming dependent on these dream conversations with Webb. She would look forward to sleeping so she could continue their discussions, and she found herself feeling anxious and indecisive when she couldn't remember her dreams clearly. Chun began spending extra time near Webb's cell during her shifts, ostensibly to ensure his security, but actually hoping to catch glimpses of him or overhear conversations he might be having with other guards. She started arriving early for work and staying late, volunteering for overtime shifts that would keep her in Block D longer. The change in Chun's behavior was subtle but noticeable to her colleagues. She became more withdrawn during breaks, less social with other guards, and increasingly focused on Block D assignments. When questioned about her interest in Webb's case, she would become defensive and claim that she was simply taking her security responsibilities seriously. The situation escalated when Chun was found in the corridor outside Webb's cell at 3 a.m., having been standing there motionless for over an hour. Security cameras showed her arriving at her post normally, conducting routine checks, and then gradually moving closer to Webb's cell until she was standing directly in front of it, staring through the reinforced glass. When confronted by the called shift supervisor, Chun claimed she had been conducting an extended security observation, but she couldn't explain why she had remained in one position for so long or what she had been observing. Medical evaluation revealed no signs of drug use, illness, or psychological breakdown, but Chun's behavior suggested that she was under some form of external influence. Webb was questioned about his interactions with Chun, but he denied any inappropriate contact or attempts to manipulate staff members. He expressed concern for Chun's welfare and suggested that the stress of working in solitary confinement might be affecting her psychological state. Officer Chun seems like a dedicated professional, Webb said during his interview with the warden. It would be unfortunate if the demands of this assignment were causing her personal difficulties. Perhaps she would benefit from a transfer to a less stressful position. Webb's apparent concern for Chun's welfare seemed genuine, but the timing and specificity of his comments raised suspicions among the administrative staff. How had he learned enough about Chun's situation to offer meaningful insights? Why was he so interested in her potential transfer? Chun was reassigned to a different block, but her behavioral changes continued. She reported having difficulty sleeping, without her dreams about Webb, and she found herself making decisions based on advice she remembered receiving from him in their imaginary conversations. Even though she was no longer working in Block D, she remained psychologically connected to Webb in ways that she couldn't understand or control. The investigation into Webb's influence on Chun revealed that he had been using subtle verbal cues and body language during their limited interactions to implant psychological suggestions that would be activated later. He had essentially programmed her mind during their brief encounters, creating a mental connection that persisted even after direct contact was eliminated. Dr. Patricia Foster, the prison psychologist who evaluated Chun, described Webb's technique as psychological time-release manipulation. He could implant suggestions and behavioral modifications that would activate hours or days later, creating the appearance of spontaneous thoughts and decisions, while actually controlling the person's behavior from a distance. Webb has essentially learned to hack human consciousness, Dr. Foster explained. He can identify psychological vulnerabilities and install mental programs that operate below the level of conscious awareness. The victim experiences these influences as their own thoughts and decisions, making the manipulation extremely difficult to detect or resist. The discovery of Webb's capabilities led to enhanced security protocols for Block D. All interactions with Webb were limited to essential communications conducted through secure intercom systems. Guards were rotated frequently to prevent prolonged exposure, and psychological monitoring was implemented for all staff working in his section. But Webb's influence continued to manifest in unexpected ways. Guards who had never directly interacted with him began reporting dreams and thoughts that seemed inconsistent with their normal personality patterns. Staff members who worked in adjacent blocks described feeling compelled to visit Block D. During their off-duty hours, the prison security cameras revealed that Webb had been using a sophisticated system of visual signals to communicate with inmates in other parts of the facility. By positioning himself strategically in his cell and using carefully timed movements, he could send coded messages that were picked up by inmates during their exercise periods or mealtimes. Through this visual communication network, Webb had been providing guidance and instructions to other inmates, essentially running a consulting service for prisoners who wanted advice on everything from legal appeals to managing conflicts with other inmates. His reputation as a problem solver had spread throughout the prison, and inmates were finding ways to send him questions and receive responses through intermediaries. But Webb's influence wasn't limited to providing advice. Analysis of his visual communication patterns revealed that he was orchestrating complex manipulations of prison social dynamics. He was engineering conflicts between rival groups, arranging for the elimination of inmates who threatened his influence, and gradually establishing himself as a shadow authority figure within the prison hierarchy. Webb had turned his solitary confinement cell into a command center for a sophisticated psychological operation that extended throughout the entire facility. Despite being physically isolated, he had more influence over daily prison life than many of the guards and administrators who were supposed to be in control. The situation reached a crisis point when 3 inmates in different blocks committed suicide within a single week, all leaving behind notes that contained identical phrasing and psychological insights that appeared to have originated from Webb's visual communication network. The suicides weren't random acts of desperation. They were coordinated eliminations orchestrated by Webb to remove individuals who had refused to follow his guidance. Federal investigators were called in to assess the security implications of Webb's influence network. Their analysis revealed that he had essentially created a parallel command structure within the prison, with loyal followers in every block who carried out his instructions while believing they were making independent decisions. The investigation concluded with Webb being transferred to a specially designed isolation facility, where he would have no visual contact with other inmates and no opportunity to influence staff members through any form of communication. But the psychological programs he had installed in the minds of inmates and guards at Riverside continued to operate long after his departure. Officer Chun never fully recovered from her exposure to Webb's influence. She eventually left the prison system and moved to another state, but she continued to report having dreams about conversations with Webb and found herself making life decisions based on advice she remembered receiving from him years earlier. The Marcus Webb case taught me that some inmates pose threats that go far beyond physical violence. Webb had demonstrated that human consciousness itself could be weaponized, and that psychological manipulation could be more dangerous than any conventional weapon. In the right hands, the human mind was vulnerable to forms of control that made traditional security measures irrelevant, but the case also revealed the resilience of human consciousness and the importance of maintaining psychological boundaries, even in environments where manipulation and control were common. The guards and inmates who remained unaffected by Webb's influence shared certain characteristics. They maintained strong personal relationships outside the prison. They had clear moral principles that guided their decisions, and they remained skeptical of advice that seemed too helpful or convenient. Today, Block D Cell 17 remains empty. No inmate has been assigned to that cell since Webb's transfer, and guards report that the space still feels psychologically charged, as if something of his influence remains embedded in the physical environment. Some guards refuse to enter the cell at all, claiming that they can still hear echoes of Webb's voice offering advice and guidance. The Marcus Webb case remains open in prison security files, with ongoing monitoring for signs of similar psychological manipulation techniques in other inmates. The case taught us that the human mind might be more vulnerable to external control than we had ever imagined, and that some prisoners required containment measures that went far beyond physical barriers. Asterisk. The second case I want to share with you began on what should have been a routine shift in the maximum security wing. It was a quiet Tuesday night in March 2012, and I was conducting my regular rounds through the cell blocks when I noticed something that made me question my own sanity. Inmate David Park, serving a 25-year sentence for armed robbery, was standing at his cell door exactly as he had been when I had passed by 30 minutes earlier. Same position, same expression, same slight tilt of his head as he watched me approach. At first, I assumed it was coincidence. Inmates often developed repetitive behaviors during long periods of incarceration. But as I continued my rounds, I realized that every inmate in the maximum security wing was in exactly the same position they had been during my previous patrol. Not similar positions, identical positions, down to the smallest details of posture and expression. It was as if time had somehow rewound itself, bringing everyone back to the exact moment of my earlier patrol. I checked my watch and confirmed that 30 minutes had indeed passed since my last round. I could remember every detail of the previous patrol, conversations with specific inmates, security checks I had performed, even thoughts I had been thinking as I walked through the corridors. But somehow, I was experiencing the same moments again, with every detail repeated exactly over the following weeks. I began documenting what I came to call time loops, periods where events in the maximum security wing would repeat themselves with perfect accuracy. These loops would typically last between 15 minutes and 2 hours, during which time everyone in the affected area would unconsciously repeat their actions exactly as they had performed them during the original sequence. Inmates and other guards showed no awareness that they were repeating previous actions. They would have the same conversations, make the same movements, even express the same emotions as they had during the original time frame. Only I seemed to retain memory of the repeated events. The time loops occurred approximately once every 3 to 5 days, always beginning and ending at precisely the same moments. During a loop, I could interact normally with inmates and other guards, but any changes I made to the sequence would be automatically corrected when the loop reset. Conversations I tried to alter would somehow return to their original course. Security checks I tried to modify would end up following the same pattern as before. I attempted to document the time loops by writing detailed notes during each occurrence, but I discovered that any documentation I created during a loop would disappear when the sequence reset. Only memories written down between loops would persist, forcing me to rely on my recollection of events that others had no memory of. Experiencing. The psychological impact of experiencing repeated time was profound. Watching the same conversations unfold identically, seeing the same expressions on the same faces, hearing the same words spoken with the same inflections, it created a sense of unreality that was difficult to bear. I began to feel like I was trapped in a cosmic recording that played the same sequences over and over. Well, I remained conscious of the repetition. The investigation into the time loops began when I reported the phenomenon to Warden Patricia Matthews. Initially, she was skeptical of my claims, suggesting that the stress of night shift work might be causing me to experience false memories or confusion about the timing of events. But I had been documenting the loops carefully, and my detailed records provided evidence that couldn't be easily dismissed. Dr. Alana Rodriguez, a research scientist from the nearby university, was brought in to investigate the phenomenon. Dr. Rodriguez specialized in quantum physics and temporal mechanics, and she was intrigued by reports of localized time distortions in a confined environment. Using sophisticated monitoring equipment, Dr. Rodriguez confirmed that the maximum security wing was experiencing periodic temporal anomalies. The equipment detected fluctuations in the local space-time continuum that corresponded exactly to the times I had reported experiencing loops. What we're seeing here is impossible according to conventional physics, Dr. Rodriguez explained. Time appears to be folding back on itself in this specific location, creating closed causal loops where events repeat themselves with perfect fidelity. The investigation revealed that the time loops were centered around cell 23, which housed inmate Thomas Chun, a former physics professor serving a life sentence for the murder of his research colleagues. Chun had been working on experimental temporal research before his arrest, and his personal effects included notes and calculations related to what he called localized chronodynamic manipulation. Chun's research had focused on the theoretical possibility of creating controlled distortions in the flow of time within limited spatial areas. According to his notes, he had been developing technology that could slow down, speed up, or even reverse the flow of time in spaces no larger than a single room or building. The murder case that led to Chun's imprisonment involved his attempt to use temporal manipulation technology to prevent his research from being stolen by colleagues who planned to sell it to military contractors. Chun had apparently activated a prototype time manipulation device during a confrontation with his colleagues, causing temporal distortions that resulted in their deaths through mechanisms that investigators never fully understood. When questioned about the time loops, Chun initially denied any knowledge of the phenomenon. He claimed that his research had been purely theoretical, and that he had never successfully created working temporal manipulation technology. But analysis of his cell revealed sophisticated equipment that he had constructed from materials available within the prison, using components salvaged from electronic devices, medical equipment, and even kitchen appliances. Chun had built a crude but functional temporal manipulation device. The device was hidden within the walls of his cell and powered by electricity diverted from the prison's electrical system. Chun had been activating the device during periods when he wanted to repeat specific time frames, usually when he was having particularly meaningful conversations with other inmates or when he was working on complex mathematical problems that required extended concentration. The temporal loops allowed him to relive the same moments repeatedly until he was satisfied with the outcomes. But Chun's temporal manipulation had unintended consequences that extended beyond his personal goals. The time loops were affecting the entire maximum security wing, trapping dozens of people in repeated sequences without their knowledge or consent. Chun had essentially turned part of the prison into his personal temporal laboratory, using other inmates and guards as unwitting test subjects. Dr. Rodriguez's investigation revealed that Chun's device was creating increasingly unstable temporal distortions. The loops were becoming longer and more frequent, and there were signs that the temporal anomalies might eventually extend beyond the maximum security wing to affect the entire prison. Chun has essentially created a temporal virus, Dr. Rodriguez explained. Each loop weakens the local space-time structure, making it easier for subsequent loops to form. If this continues, we could see cascading temporal failures that might trap the entire facility in permanent chronodynamic loops. The prospect of permanent time loops raised terrifying questions about the nature of consciousness and free will. If people could be trapped in endlessly repeating sequences of time, were they still truly alive? Could consciousness exist meaningfully in a state where the same moments were experienced infinitely without progression or change? More immediately concerning was the question of how to safely disable Chun's temporal manipulation device without causing catastrophic damage to the local space-time structure. Dr. Rodriguez warned that simply destroying the device might cause temporal shock waves that could have unpredictable effects on everyone who had been exposed to the loops. The solution required careful coordination between Dr. Rodriguez's technical team and prison security personnel. The temporal manipulation device had to be gradually powered down over several days, while monitoring equipment tracked the stabilization of local space-time patterns. During this process, Chun revealed the true scope of his temporal research and its implications for human consciousness and free will. He had discovered that time was far more malleable than mainstream physics acknowledged, and that consciousness itself might be the key to controlling temporal flow. Time isn't the river that physics describes, Chun explained during his final interview. It's more like clay that can be shaped by minds that understand its true nature. I've shown that human consciousness can bend time itself when properly focused and technologically enhanced. Chun's research had implications that extended far beyond prison security. If consciousness could manipulate time, then perhaps human awareness was more fundamental to the structure of reality than anyone had previously understood. The temporal loops might represent just the beginning of possibilities for conscious control over the basic laws of physics. Chun had also demonstrated the dangers of temporal manipulation technology in the wrong hands. The time loops had trapped innocent people in repeated experiences without their consent, essentially stealing hours or days of their lives for Chun's personal experimentation. The case concluded when Dr. Rodriguez successfully disabled Chun's temporal manipulation device and restored normal time flow to the maximum security wing. Chun was transferred to a facility with enhanced security measures designed to prevent the construction of unauthorized technology, but the investigation left profound questions about the nature of time, consciousness, and reality itself. If one inmate could create localized temporal distortions using improvised equipment, what might be possible with more sophisticated technology and greater understanding of the relationship between mind and time? The time loop case remains classified in prison security files with ongoing monitoring for signs of temporal anomalies in correctional facilities. The case taught us that some inmates possessed knowledge and capabilities that went far beyond conventional criminal behavior, and that traditional security measures might be inadequate for containing individuals who could manipulate the fundamental structure of reality itself, but perhaps most significantly, The case revealed that consciousness itself might be more powerful and mysterious than mainstream science acknowledges. If human awareness could bend time, then perhaps the boundaries between mind and matter, between thought and reality, were far more permeable than we had ever imagined. The third case I want to share took place in Riverside's psychiatric wing, where we housed inmates who had been found not guilty by reason of insanity or who had developed severe mental health issues during their incarceration. It was there that I first encountered someone who could enter and manipulate other people's dreams with the same ease that most people walk through doorways. Her name was Dr. Sarah Kim, a former psychiatrist who had been convicted of conducting unauthorized experiments on her patients. Dr. Kim had been researching what she called therapeutic dream intervention techniques for entering patients' dreams to provide psychological treatment that would be impossible during waking consciousness. According to the case files, Dr. Kim had developed methods for inducing shared dream states between herself and her patients, allowing her to directly access their subconscious minds and make therapeutic interventions at the deepest levels of psychological processing. Her techniques had shown remarkable success in treating severe trauma, persistent phobias, and treatment-resistant depression, but Dr. Kim's dream intervention methods had crossed ethical boundaries when she began using them for purposes beyond legitimate therapy. She had been entering patients' dreams to implant suggestions, modify memories, and even steal personal information that she then used for blackmail and manipulation. The investigation that led to her arrest revealed that Dr. Kim had been conducting a sophisticated operation using dream manipulation to control her patients' behavior and exploit their vulnerabilities. She could enter their dreams, learn their deepest secrets and fears, and then use that knowledge to manipulate them during their waking hours. Dr. Kim was housed in Cell 7 of the psychiatric wing, under constant observation due to concerns that she might attempt to use her dream manipulation abilities on prison staff or other inmates. But despite the precautions, strange incidents began occurring almost immediately after her arrival. Guards working the night shift in the psychiatric wing reported experiencing unusually vivid dreams that seemed to involve interactions with Dr. Kim. In these dreams, she would appear as a helpful counselor offering advice about personal problems, providing insights into relationships and career decisions, and suggesting solutions to difficulties the guards were facing in their daily lives. Initially, the guards dismissed these dreams as normal psychological processing of their interactions with a high-profile psychiatric inmate. But as the dreams continued, they began to realize that Dr. Kim was somehow gaining access to personal information that she couldn't possibly have known through normal channels. Officer Janet Walsh was the first to report that Dr. Kim had demonstrated knowledge in dreams that extended beyond what Walsh had shared with anyone at the prison. In one particularly vivid dream encounter, Dr. Kim provided detailed advice about Walsh's relationship with her teenage daughter, including specific information about arguments they had been having and problems the daughter was experiencing at school. When Walsh confronted Dr. Kim about the dream encounter, Dr. Kim claimed no knowledge of Walsh's personal life and suggested that the stress of working in the psychiatric wing might be causing Walsh to experience false memories or confusion about the source of her thoughts and insights. But Walsh began documenting her dream encounters with Dr. Kim, recording detailed accounts immediately upon waking. The patterns she discovered were disturbing. Dr. Kim was not only entering her dreams but was apparently using the dream state to conduct detailed psychological evaluations and gather intelligence about Walsh's personal vulnerabilities. The investigation into Dr. Kim's dream manipulation activities revealed that she had been systematically accessing the dreams of multiple staff members and inmates. Using techniques she had developed during her psychiatric practice, she could induce shared dream states that allowed her to enter other people's subconscious minds while they slept. Dr. Patricia Foster, a sleep researcher brought in to evaluate Dr. Kim's capabilities confirmed that shared dreaming was theoretically possible, but extremely rare. Most documented cases involved twins or individuals with unusually close psychological connections who occasionally experienced overlapping dream content. What Dr. Kim appears to have developed, Dr. Foster explained, is a systematic method for inducing shared dream states with virtually anyone. She can somehow synchronize her REM, sleep cycles with her targets and create dream environments where she can interact with their subconscious minds directly. The technique involved a combination of psychological preparation, subtle environmental manipulation, and what appeared to be some form of psychic or telepathic ability that Dr. Kim had cultivated through years of specialized training. She could essentially tune in to other people's dream frequencies and insert herself into their sleeping consciousness. But Dr. Kim's dream interventions went beyond simple observation or conversation. She was using the dream state to implant psychological suggestions that would influence her target's behavior during their waking hours. She could modify their emotional responses, alter their decision-making patterns, and even create false memories that would affect their actions and relationships. The investigation revealed that Dr. Kim had been using dream manipulation to gradually establish psychological control over prison staff and inmates. By providing helpful advice and emotional support during dream encounters, she was creating feelings of trust and dependency that carried over into waking interactions. Staff members who had been subjected to Dr. Kim's dream interventions reported feeling unusually positive toward her during their normal duties. They found themselves more willing to grant her special privileges, more sympathetic to her requests, and more likely to believe her claims of innocence regarding her criminal charges. But Dr. Kim's most ambitious project involved attempting to use dream manipulation to influence the legal system itself. She had been entering the dreams of her attorney, the prosecutor handling her case, and even the judge assigned to her trial, attempting to implant suggestions that would lead to a more favorable outcome in her appeals process. The scope of Dr. Kim's dream manipulation network was revealed when sleep monitoring equipment was installed throughout the psychiatric wing. The equipment detected coordinated REM sleep patterns among multiple individuals that corresponded to periods when shared dreams were being reported. Dr. Kim has essentially created a dream-based communication network, Dr. Foster observed. She can connect multiple people through shared dream states, allowing her to coordinate activities and share information through subconscious channels that bypass normal security monitoring. The network included not only prison staff and inmates, but also individuals outside the facility, family members, legal professionals, and even law enforcement officials who had been involved in her original case. Dr. Kim had been maintaining contact with her external support network through dream manipulation, coordinating activities, and sharing information that would have been impossible through conventional communication channels. But the most disturbing aspect of Dr. Kim's dream manipulation was its potential for psychological damage. Individuals who had been subjected to extensive dream intervention reported experiencing confusion about the boundary between dreams and reality, difficulty distinguishing between their own thoughts and suggestions implanted by Dr. Kim, and a growing sense of psychological dependency on their dream interactions with her. Some victims described feeling as if their personalities were being gradually rewritten through repeated dream encounters. They would wake up with new opinions, different emotional responses, and altered memories that didn't match their previous psychological patterns. Dr. Kim's dream manipulation had essentially become a form of psychological warfare that operated through the most intimate and vulnerable aspects of human consciousness. She was using sleep, a state where people were naturally defenseless and suggestible, to conduct unauthorized psychological experiments on unwilling subjects. The case reached its climax when Dr. Kim attempted to use dream manipulation to orchestrate her own escape from prison. She had been entering the dreams of security personnel to gather intelligence about prison procedures, guard schedules, and security vulnerabilities. She was also implanting suggestions in key staff members that would cause them to make mistakes or oversights that would facilitate her escape plan. The escape attempt was prevented when sleep monitoring equipment detected the unusual pattern of coordinated REM sleep that preceded Dr. Kim's most intensive dream manipulation sessions. Security personnel were alerted to the potential threat, and enhanced monitoring procedures were implemented to prevent unauthorized psychological influence. Dr. Kim was transferred to a specialized facility designed to contain individuals with unusual psychological capabilities. Her new cell was equipped with sleep deprivation protocols and REM sleep interruption technology that prevented her from achieving the deep sleep states necessary for dream manipulation. But the investigation revealed that Dr. Kim's techniques could potentially be replicated by other individuals with sufficient training and psychological capability. The methods she had developed represented a new category of security threat that traditional correctional procedures were not designed to address. The Dreamwalker case remains active in psychiatric security files, with ongoing research into detection and prevention of dream manipulation techniques. The case taught us that human consciousness might be more permeable and manipulable than we had ever imagined, and that sleep itself could be weaponized by individuals with the knowledge and intent to exploit its vulnerabilities. But perhaps most significantly, the case revealed that the boundaries between individual minds might be far more fluid than mainstream psychology acknowledges. If consciousness could be shared through dream states, then perhaps human awareness was not the isolated, individual phenomenon we assume it to be, but rather a collective resource that could be accessed and influenced through techniques that operated beyond the boundaries of normal waking consciousness. The last case I want to share before we conclude tonight's journey through Riverside's darkest corridors involves an inmate who challenged our understanding of containment itself. Cell 1 in administrative segregation houses the most dangerous individuals in our facility, prisoners who pose such a significant threat that they must be kept in complete isolation from all other inmates and staff. For 3 years, Cell 1 was occupied by an inmate known only as Subject X, a designation used because his true identity remained classified at the highest levels of government security. Subject X had been transferred to Riverside under mysterious circumstances, with orders that he was never to be released, transferred, or allowed any form of contact with the outside world. The file that accompanied Subject X contained only the most basic information. He was serving multiple life sentences for crimes against national security. He possessed knowledge that could threaten global stability if revealed, and he was to be kept in absolute isolation until further notice from federal authorities. But what made Subject's truly unique wasn't his classified background or mysterious identity. It was his apparent ability to exist in multiple places simultaneously. Guards working administrative segregation began reporting sightings of Subject X in locations where he couldn't possibly be, given that he was supposed to be locked in Cell 1 under constant surveillance. The first incident occurred when Officer David Park reported seeing Subject X in the prison library during his evening rounds. Park was certain of the identification. He had been working administrative segregation for 2 years and knew Subject X's appearance well. But when Park checked Cell 1, Subject X was there as well, apparently asleep in his bunk. Similar sightings were reported by other guards over the following weeks. Subject X was observed in the prison cafeteria, the exercise yard, the medical facility, and even in other cell blocks where he had no authorization to be. In each case, the reporting guard was certain of the identification, but Subject X was always found to be in his cell when checked. The sightings were initially dismissed as cases of mistaken identity or psychological stress related to working in administrative segregation. But the reports were too consistent and detailed to be explained by simple errors in observation. Security camera analysis revealed something that defied rational explanation. Subject X appeared to be captured on surveillance footage in multiple locations simultaneously. The cameras showed him in his cell while also recording his presence in other areas of the prison at exactly the same times. Digital forensics experts were brought in to analyze the surveillance footage for signs of tampering or technical malfunction. But comprehensive analysis confirmed that the recordings were authentic and unaltered. Subject X was genuinely appearing in multiple locations at the same time. Dr. Marcus Webb, a quantum physicist consulting on the case, suggested that Subject X might possess some form of quantum consciousness that allowed his awareness to exist in multiple spatial locations simultaneously. This would be theoretically possible according to advanced interpretations of quantum mechanics, but it would represent a fundamental breakthrough in human consciousness research. What we might be seeing, Dr. Webb explained, is an individual who has learned to distribute his consciousness across multiple quantum states. Instead of being confined to a single location, his awareness could exist in a superposition that allows him to manifest in different places according to his intentions or needs. The investigation into Subject X's apparent multi-location abilities revealed that he had been a researcher in classified government programs involving consciousness expansion and quantum awareness techniques. His background included work on projects designed to enhance human cognitive capabilities for intelligence and military applications. According to heavily redacted documents, Subject X had been involved in experiments designed to expand the boundaries of human consciousness beyond normal physical limitations. The research had achieved breakthrough results, but Subject X had used his enhanced capabilities for unauthorized purposes that threatened national security. The crimes that led to his imprisonment apparently involved using quantum consciousness techniques to access classified information, infiltrate secure facilities, and manipulate government officials through methods that conventional security measures couldn't detect or prevent. But Subject X's multi-location abilities posed unprecedented challenges for prison security. How do you contain someone who can exist in multiple places simultaneously? How do you prevent escape when the inmate can simply manifest outside the prison walls while leaving a version of himself in his cell? Enhanced containment protocols were developed specifically for Subject X, including quantum field generators, designed to disrupt the coherence patterns that allowed his consciousness to exist in multiple locations. The equipment created localized fields that would force his awareness to collapse into a single quantum state, confining him to one spatial location. But Subject X adapted to the containment measures by developing new techniques for quantum consciousness manipulation. He learned to exist in temporal as well as spatial superposition, allowing him to manifest in different time periods as well as different locations. Guards began reporting encounters with Subject X that seemed to occur outside normal time flow. He would appear in locations where he had been hours or days earlier, carrying on conversations that had begun during previous encounters but were somehow continuing in the present moment. These temporal manifestations suggested that Subject X had developed capabilities beyond simple multi-location. He appeared to be distributing his consciousness across multiple timeline as well as multiple spatial positions, creating a form of existence that transcended normal physical and temporal constraints. The investigation revealed that Subject X was using his quantum consciousness abilities to conduct research and experiments that continued his original classified work. By manifesting in different locations and time periods, he could access information and resources that would be impossible to obtain from within his cell. He'd have been gathering intelligence about current government operations, monitoring developments in consciousness research, and even influencing political and military decisions through subtle manipulations of key personnel during his temporal manifestations. Subject X had essentially turned his imprisonment into an opportunity to expand. His research on quantum consciousness techniques, the isolation that was supposed to contain him, had instead provided him with the perfect laboratory for developing even more advanced capabilities. But the most disturbing discovery was that Subject X had been training other inmates in basic quantum consciousness techniques. Using his multi-location abilities, he had been appearing in cells throughout the prison, providing instruction in consciousness expansion methods that could potentially allow other prisoners to develop similar capabilities. The prospect of multiple inmates possessing quantum consciousness abilities created a security nightmare that threatened the fundamental principles of prison containment. If prisoners could exist in multiple locations simultaneously, traditional security measures would become meaningless. Enhanced security protocols were implemented throughout Riverside, including quantum field generators installed in every cell block and continuous monitoring for signs of consciousness anomalies. But Subject X's influence had already spread beyond what could be easily contained. Several inmates began demonstrating unusual abilities that suggested they had received training in quantum consciousness techniques. These individuals could access information they shouldn't have been able to obtain, influence other prisoners and staff through unexplained means, and occasionally manifest in locations where they weren't supposed to be. The Subject X case forced a complete reevaluation of prison security principles and the development of new containment technologies designed for individuals with enhanced consciousness capabilities. But it also raised profound questions about the nature of human awareness and the limits of physical reality. If consciousness could exist in multiple locations and time periods simultaneously, then perhaps the boundaries between mind and matter, between individual awareness and collective consciousness, were far more fluid than anyone had imagined. Subject X remains in Cell 1 of administrative segregation, contained by quantum field generators that force his consciousness into a single spatial and temporal location. But his research continues, and reports suggest that he has developed new techniques for consciousness expansion that operate even within the constraints of quantum containment technology. The case remains active in the highest levels of government security classifications, with ongoing research into the implications of quantum consciousness capabilities for national security and human development. But perhaps most significantly, the case has opened new frontiers in consciousness, research that could revolutionize our understanding of human potential and the nature of reality itself. Asterisk. As dawn approaches and another shift ends at Riverside Correctional Facility, I'm left with the knowledge that prison walls can contain bodies, but they cannot always contain the more mysterious aspects of human consciousness and capability. Each case I've shared tonight represents a different challenge to our understanding of what it means to be human and what it means to be contained. Marcus Webb's psychological manipulation, Thomas Chen's temporal loops, Dr. Sarah Kim's dreamwalking, and Subject X's quantum consciousness all demonstrate that some individuals possess capabilities that transcend normal physical and psychological limitations. These cases have taught me that the human mind might be more powerful, more mysterious, and more dangerous than we ever imagined. But they have also shown me the importance of remaining vigilant against those who would use enhanced capabilities to exploit and harm others. The night shift at Riverside continues, with new mysteries and new challenges emerging regularly. Some inmates possess knowledge that could reshape our understanding of reality itself. Others have developed capabilities that make traditional security measures obsolete. A few have accessed forms of consciousness that operate beyond the normal boundaries of space and time. But in every case, the same principles apply. Those who use their capabilities to harm others must be contained. Those who threaten the safety and security of society must be prevented from causing further damage. And those who possess dangerous knowledge must be kept from sharing it with others who might use it for destructive purposes. The stories I've shared tonight are just a small sample of the mysteries that walk the corridors of Riverside after dark. There are other cases, other inmates, other impossible phenomena that challenge everything we think we know about the limits of human potential and the nature of reality itself. But perhaps the most important lesson these cases have taught me is that consciousness itself might be the final frontier, the ultimate mystery that we're only beginning to understand. If the human mind can manipulate time, enter dreams, exist in multiple locations, and influence reality through thought alone, then perhaps we're all capable of far more than we realize. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere in the darkness guards like me are standing watch over those who have pushed the boundaries of human capability too far. Rest peacefully in the knowledge that even the most dangerous and mysterious abilities can be contained when we understand them well enough to develop appropriate countermeasures. But also remember that the cases I've shared tonight represent just the beginning of what might be possible when human consciousness is fully understood and properly developed. The inmates at Riverside have shown us glimpses of human potential that could revolutionize our world if only we can learn to use these capabilities for healing rather than harm, for growth rather than exploitation, for the betterment of all humanity rather than the advantage of a few. The night watch continues and the mysteries deepen. But somewhere in the intersection between containment and possibility, between security and potential, lies the hope that human consciousness will ultimately be used to create a better world rather than to threaten the one we have. Close your eyes and dream of a future where the remarkable capabilities demonstrated by Riverside's most dangerous inmates are channeled toward healing, growth, and the expansion of human potential in ways that benefit all of humanity. The shift ends, but the watch continues. The mysteries remain, but so does our commitment to understanding and containing them. And in the space between sleeping and waking, between possibility and danger, the eternal investigation into the depths of human consciousness continues. Sleep well, and remember that even in the darkest places, there are those standing guard to protect the light.